NASCAR Cup Series racing on a Saturday night under the lights at the Daytona International Speedway for this year's running of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. The regular season finale is upon us. One win and a shot at glory to not only win at the prestigious Daytona International Speedway, but to lock yourself into the playoffs, make your season deemed successful, clear yourself into the top 16 in points, and depending on who you are, maybe make a push for the championship. All that and much more throughout the course of today's live commentary stream. We've got a lot of interesting stories for drivers who could potentially pull off the win today. We might not see an upset at all. We might see a regular win. That would be huge for two drivers who sit above the cut line on points. We'll talk about that implication and much more in tonight's pre-race show. Appreciate everybody tuning in here for this evening's race, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 on the channel. And we are back at it again for another Daytona race right here on KRC. This is one of my favorite races of the season. What could go better than Daytona under the lights? I mean, you think about the most hyped up things throughout a person's life, and especially if you're thinking of like an auto racing fan's life. You got, the birth of a child, you got marriage, and I think third on that list is the Daytona International Speedway. So here we are. It's not the 500, but it is still Daytona. It is NASCAR, and it is the Cup Series. I can't wait to bring you all the coverage here once again this evening. I've got a pounding headache right now, and I'm still excited to bring you guys the coverage for today's race. As we get started for this one here today, as usual, we do some NASCAR trivia on our Cup Series pre-race live commentary streams. Drop of the green flag will be scheduled a little over a half hour from now, so this will bypass the next 20 minutes before we get into the starting lineup for this evening's race, and then take a look at those points implications with this being the cutoff race for the regular season for the Cup Series. So let me get the chat on my phone. My phone's behind me actually right now, so give me a quick second. Had it sitting on the charger on the wall, and it's turned off at the moment, so take me a minute to get the chat up and running. But I'm about to start the quiz. Today's quiz, Daytona oriented, of course. And it will be summer Daytona oriented. So NASCAR Summer Daytona top 10 finisher since 1990. So 1990, and this goes to 2017. So 2018 through 2024 will not be on the list. I can think of the winners off the top of my head pretty easily. And then from there, after we get all the race winners, we'll try to fill in the rest. So we'll start off. I know Brad Keselowski is the 2015 winner. Keselowski. Kyle Busch is a Summer Daytona winner. Earnhardt. And that'll be Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. Michael Waltrip is going to be on the list. That was 2002. 2003 was my guy, Greg Biffle, my original guy. Let's see. 2006, Jimmy Johnson, I believe, swept Daytona that year. Oh no, I had that wrong. 2013 he swept Daytona. I had the wrong year, but he is a former winner of this race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was 2017. Second career win at the time. David Reagan was 2011. Oh, Jeff Gordon's going to be on here. Hang on. Jeff Gordon. 2014. Dale Jr. won the 500 that year. Hamlin's never won. Tony Stewart's on here. Not for that year specifically, but 2009 he ended up winning. He also won in 2005. Get the chat up on my phone. Working without a chat right now. Simultaneously working on that. My phone. Yeah, man. Killing time here. 2014, for some reason, I don't remember oh, that was Almirola. Okay. Eric Almirola, that's right. That's why I didn't remember it too well, because it was ran on a Sunday, and then it was rain shortened on top of that. 2010. I still don't have the chat up, by the way. I'm getting there. I am getting there. There we go. Now I see the chat. Terry Lewis, Steve, Patrick Shadley, Kyle Lance, Billy Kramer. Welcome to the stream, everyone. 2010 winner. Jamie McMurray won the 500. 2007 Harvick won. Harvick is on the list. He was a 2010 winner. Okay. 2007 winner. Man, I remember the 500 so vividly that year and where I was when I was watching it. Classic finish, of course, but I'm trying to think back who won the summer race that season. Denny Hamlin won a lot at Daytona. Well, no, because he didn't win that one. Summer Daytona 2007. Oh, yeah, McMurray. That's right. That was the photo finish with him and Bush. That's right. Thank you, chat. As soon as I saw McMurray in the chat, I remembered the finish exactly. All right, 2000. I'm going to go Dale Jarrett. He was runner-up that year. I know he won the 500 that year. Sterling Marlin is definitely going to be on here. He was a former winner, 96. Ernie Irvin. Bill Elliott. 94. 94. Jimmy Spencer won here before, didn't he? Yeah, that was 94. Okay. 97. 97 and 2000. Mark Martin? That was neither one. Okay. Christopher McComas, Solomon Lee, welcome to the stream, and thanks for playing along as well. I see some Martins on there. We need 97 and 2000 winner. Bobby Hamilton win? No, he didn't win. John Andretti? John Andretti, that's right, 97. Okay. 2000 Summer Daytona. Rusty Wallace never won a summer race, did he? No, runner-up, third actually that year. I don't think Jeremy Mayfield won. I'm trying to get that race winner from 2000 first before we try to fill in the rest. I don't know that race. I mean, I was so young. I don't know that 2000 Pepsi 400 very well. Some of the years, like I've gotten the other winners knowing that they've won a summer Daytona race, like Jimmy Spencer and John Andretti, but off the top of my head, I couldn't figure out what year they won it. And now I'm kind of, I'm running out of names for 2000. Biffle was 03. I already have that. I have all the other winners. We need 2000 Pepsi 400 winner. JoJo, Shane Richards, Mark DeMars, welcome to the stream. Ricky Rudd? It wasn't Rudd. He is on the list, though. No surprise. Burton won that? No way. Jeff Burton won. I would have never guessed that, honestly. I would have never guessed that. I don't remember that at all. Jeff Burton winning at Daytona? I clearly remember Ward winning the 500 in 2002, but all right. We'll fill in the rest of the blanks here. I know Michael McDowell is on the list. So 2017 was when he finished fourth. Eric Jones was top 10 that year. Larson's on the list. My guy Blaney. Oh, no, Ryan Blaney not on there yet. 2010s. Boyer. Danica Patrick get one. Yep. We got Almirola already. Newman. Edwards. Kenseth. Trevor Bayne. Trying to fill in the 2010s here first. Or at least as much of it as we can. David Rudiman. Is he not on here? Oh, hang on. I don't think David Rudiman's on here. Am I not spelling his name correctly? Ray. Maybe I don't think he's on here. Montoya. Okay, 2010s. Ambrose. Allmendinger, I know, is on here. I see some of the older names you guys are putting on there, 90s and 2000s. I want to hold off on that for the moment. I want to try to get these 2010s wrapped up first. Vickers. Dylan. I'll put Brett Moffitt on here for kicks and giggles. No. Joshua. Yeah. Maybe trying a little too hard. You never know. Paul Menard. Yeah, he was pretty solid here. Casey Mears. Yeah, I remember Jermaine Racing having a top 10 here. 9th. He's in the race this weekend, and I remember seeing he had 3 top 10s in the summer Daytona race. So I remember that from my stat sheet. Outside of David Reagan winning the 2011 race, I don't remember much that year. David Gilliland had a good run in the 500 that year, so I'll put David Gilliland. Okay, so in the summer race he did not. Elliott Sadler on here, 2010s. I not put Logano yet? Wow. Okay. I was thinking I did. Yeah, so that's another 2010s. Couple more from 2017 yet. I do have McMurray already. Yeah, we do have all the winners on here. That's right. He did have that terrible streak at Daytona. Truex never had one. Michael Waltrip. Oh, I already have him because he's a winner. Duh. I saw some Steve Parks on there. Steve Park is not on the list, believe it or not. I do have Chase Elliott already. Bowman on here at all? No. Landon Castle. Sligerman. We might have to go back into the 2000s. Come back. Hornish. Oh, he's not on here either. I do have Edwards. I don't have Casey Kane yet. Okay. JJ Yaley? No. Stremme, no. Tony Raines, no. Scott Wimmer, no. Scott Riggs, no. All right. Regan Smith? Paul Geyer. Annette. I'll run it out of 2010 names. 3rd in 2015. Junior will win at Daytona. 2nd was Jimmy Johnson. Who was 3rd? Nemechek is on the list, so I'll just put him on there, but Jeff Green is not on the list. Sauter, not on the list. Bodine is. Gordon's already on here. Lake Speed is definitely on here. Scott Speed, 2010. Wow. Wasn't expecting that. Scott Speed had a top 10 at Daytona. Yeah, 231 of 280. Still 7 minute 90s. We do have a lot of the 2000s. I'll put Jerry Nadeau because I've not put him yet. He's on here once. Johnny Benson, I'm sure, is on here. Oh, he's not on here at all. Okay. Chad Little, not on here. Ted Musgrave. He's on here. I know Mike Skinner's on here. Stacey Atwood. No. Jeremy Mayfield definitely is. Already got him. Yeah, I've got David Reagan. Again, I've got all the former winners. Summer Daytona top 10s is our list for this weekend. Derek Cope. I'm going to guess I already put him. Hutch Strickland. Mass not on the list. Joe Ruttman. I didn't put Reed Sorensen yet, so I just put him on the list. Stacy Compton. He's not on here either. Rudiman. Yeah, I tried him already. He's not on the list. I'm shocked. I don't have the Labanis yet. Schrader is on here a ton. Morgan Shepherd. Got 265 of 280. Terry, welcome to the stream. We got 5 minutes left on our quiz. We've got 265 of 280. Anybody who's ever had a top 10 in the Summer Daytona Cup race. Third in 2015 is really bothering me. Why don't I have that? Denny Hamlin. I did not put Denny Hamlin yet. Oh my gosh. I put him now. Just kind of dawned on me. I skipped around him because he never won a Summer Daytona race when I was going through the winners, and I never came back to him. All right. Still a couple from 2017. That wasn't one of the BJ McLeod years, was it? Probably not. Okay. A little bit more recent than that. I did try Chad Little. He's not on the list. Is there any other Roush guys I was missing? Hendrick. Ricky Craven is not on the list. Yeah, no. DeBenedetto. Ooh. No, he's not on the list. It was a good try because it only goes to 2017. Otherwise, Matty D would have been on here. I do have Larson already. Is Chastain on there? No, he's not. He hasn't had a top 10 in the Summer Daytona race. He's had a couple Daytona 500 top 10s, but Suarez? No. Haley wouldn't have been there yet. .268 of 280. I don't think we're getting perfect score today. Runner up behind Dale Earnhardt in 1990. I didn't put Allison yet, did I? Okay, Davey Allison, Alan Kulwicki. He was runner up in 1990. Steve Park wasn't on the list. I did try him. Yeah, 271. Hornish wasn't on here. What about Robbie Gordon? He would have popped on here if he was on the list with Jeff Gordon because they had the same last name. Joe Rochester, welcome to the stream. Yep, my guy Blaney on the poll tonight. Oh, Chris Buescher, yeah, that's yeah, Chris Buescher had a top 10 that year. Good poll, good poll. Still got one more from 2017, 2010 as well. I do have Jarrett already. I got a fourth in 2006. Got like 3 names from 1990 yet. Derek Hope won the 500 that year. Thank Keegan. There's no way Yarborough he was retired. Petty. Kyle Petty? We're at 275 of 280. The problem is we only have 1 minute left. Oh, man. Rick Wilson? It was a good try. Greg Sachs, I didn't put him yet. He's not on here either. Larry Foyt. I don't know. I'm really pulling Larry Pearson. Got 2 names from 1990. 2006 fourth. Still got one 2017 who finished 7th. I don't know what the other one I'm missing is. I'm missing a 5th. 2010 ninth place. All right, think of 2006. That was NASCAR 07. Who run out of time there? I think I could have gotten the 2006. Rob Moroso. Okay. Rob Moroso finished 9th in 1990. Bobby Hillin Jr. finished 6th. So those were the 2 from that year we were missing. Boris Said? I would have never guessed that. Boris Said finished 4th in the 2006 Pepsi 400. What? I didn't even think he would have ran that race. I only remember him running road courses. I don't remember him finishing top 5 at Daytona. I would have never guessed that, honestly. Maybe a shot in the dark, somebody in the chat would have said, like, oh, try Boris Said, and then maybe I would have tried it, but on my own, I wouldn't have thought of that. Mike Bliss in 2010 finished 9th. See, when I think of Mike Bliss, I think of him driving the Zero car for Haas back in the mid-2000s, but I don't think of Mike Bliss in 2010. I also don't think of Brendan Gaughan in 2017 finishing 7th. Was that the Beard family at that time, the 62, or was he not driving for that team yet? Who? Maybe it was a Childress car, like an extra Childress car, like the 33 or something. Brendan Gaughan. That was tough. The names that we had left, honestly, I don't think I would have been able to figure out on my own. So I will take the 275 of 280. I think we did a great job, 98%. Average score is 87, pretty high. But yeah, the names we had left, I think I did pretty good. That would have been tough to get all of those. Boris Said had a top 5 in the 2006. You learn something new every day. And today I learned that Boris Said finished top 5 in the 2006 Pepsi 400. Me even going through my my years of playing NASCAR 07, the video game, I would have never stumbled across Boris Said. I don't even think he's in the Cup Series in that game either. I think he's only in the Busch Series. Oh my gosh. Crazy. All right. Well, I had fun with that. Hopefully you guys did too. Appreciate you playing along. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content here on the channel as we keep our live commentary stream rolling in our pre-race coverage for this year's Coke Zero Sugar 400 rolling as well. Time to highlight the Fantasy League. It is the regular season finale, so be sure to hit the be sure to join the league if you have not done so yet, because the playoffs start next week and we will have 2 different winners for our KRC League Championship. Our regular season champion will be crowned at the end of the night, so good luck to all of you still in contention there. And we will have a separate playoff champion as well. By the way, Inside Uranus, if you are watching right now, you have 10 races left this season. I want to make sure you get your tickets. So if you are watching, shout out Inside Uranus. If anybody knows who that is, or I've seen him in the comment section, I've seen him at various times this year. I haven't seen him as consistent this season. I've been trying to get him those tickets. I messaged him on Instagram several times, kind of like every 3 to 4 weeks, basically. I hate blowing up his phone, but I want to make sure he gets his tickets. So be sure to, if you see him in other NASCAR comment sections, because I've seen him around the ether on other NASCAR YouTube channels, say, hey, KRC League tickets or something like that. He'll know exactly what to do. I really hope he didn't forget from last season. So worst comes to worst, if I can't get a hold of him this year, I will make sure I get those tickets for him next year. I can get them. It's just I can't get a hold of him. So if you win any of the championships, be sure to try to get a hold of me via Instagram. It's literally just my name, or obviously right here. We can link up in the chat or something. So I want to make sure you guys get your tickets if you do end up winning the league, because this is the 3rd year, I think, now that we've done this, and I don't want to miss the opportunity for somebody not to get that. I've not filled out my team for this week. Before I fill my team out, I will go through the league standings first, and we'll see where we all rank. So Monster Jam X10, who actually was in the tie for the playoff championship last year, so he got his tickets. He went to the Spring Talladega race earlier this season. I actually got to meet him because that was one of the few races I've gone to this year as well. He is leading, so he's trying to win 2 years in a row. He tied the playoff championship with Hercules Harrigan, so he is sitting with the lead right now. 46 points is his cushion. It is Daytona. 46 points is not a lot. We've seen weeks where teams have scored, or somebody in the fantasy league has scored 260, 250. We could have the big one that could allow for somebody to have a lot of underdog picks, and maybe who's sitting 200 points back and trying to overcome the odds that way. It'll be kind of interesting to see how this plays out. I think if you're within about 200 to 250 mathematically, you still have a shot, but 46 points is not a lot. Evan 48, 4080 has not won the league yet. Playoffs, his first KRC League title. Carb 60. We got a lot of newcomers up at the top of the leaderboard this year, so that's cool to see. And I'm sitting at 5th right now, 4671. Just do my math correctly here. That's 129 points back. 129 back in the top 5. That's actually really, really tight. The battle from 3rd to 6th is super, super tight. And then there you see last year's regular season champ Inside Uranus in 6th as well. Hercules Harrigan, playoff co-champion from last year, 7th. So good luck to you all as we are in the regular season finale. And then, again, the points will reset at 0. We have 2 separate champions. And I had a question on this last year because there was some confusion. Somebody thought that they had won the playoff championship. They did not. On here, it'll show overall, which is where we're at right now because it's the regular season. So overall standings. There's still an overall standings that calculates the playoffs and the regular season combined. We reset the points at 0 for the playoffs, so it's an entirely different season. The reason why I do that is because we gain followers, obviously, on the channel throughout the course of the year. So if somebody doesn't even know that I exist, for instance, or know that this league exists, at the start of the season, they're not going to have a shot to win the regular season title, but they maybe want to play along. So when the playoffs come around, you have a chance. Again, we reset the points at 0. That's what we've done for the last couple of years. So there will be a playoff section when next week starts at Darlington that will calculate the points separately from there. So I want to make sure, again, that there's no confusion with that. If you are in the KRC League, it will be playoffs where you see the standings right here. Instead of overall, it'll literally say playoffs, and we'll have 2 separate championships. So this is the last week for the regular season or overall championship. So now it's time to fill out my roster. And I'm going to rock with Ryan Blaney, the pole sitter, who I think is definitely one of the favorites to win. I'm going to go Ford heavy because we know that they like to control these kinds of races. Even if they don't get the race win, they're going to probably score a lot of stage points. So I'm going to have Joey Logano on my team. I'm going to have Austin Cindric on my team as well. And I'm going to be RFK heavy. Give me Brad Keselowski. Give me Chris Buescher. And give me Ryan Preece, who actually would have finished runner-up at Talladega if he had not failed the post-race inspection. Head-to-head Buescher versus Austin Dillon. I'm going to take Austin Dillon there. RCR has been pretty quick with the next-gen car. Just kind of hedging my bet, essentially, with that, because Chris Buescher, I think, could be capable of going out there to win, but Austin Dillon, I think, can have a pretty good day as well. Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick. That's an interesting pick because Bowman seems to get good finishes. And Hendrick Motorsports, I would say, at Daytona has been pretty quick with the next-gen cars. I feel like all four of them have speed. They're not quite with the Penske's. It's kind of Penske, RFK, and then HMS is third. 2311 has shown some speed this year at the drafting tracks. Reddick winning a duel last year. Wallace winning a duel. He's been great in this race before. But I'm going to go Alex Bowman. Ryan Preece, Kyle Busch. That's tough. Kyle Busch has had 3 straight top 10s in the summer Daytona race. All 3 next-gen races, he's finished top 10. I think he's the only driver to have a top 10 in all 3 summer Daytona races with this car. Ryan Preece is either going to end up on his lid or he's going to get a great finish. I feel like very topsy-turvy, quite literally, for Ryan Preece. He's going to have speed, though. Same reason I took Austin Dillon. I guess I'll take Kyle Busch and give me Keselowski easily over Ty Gibbs. So those will be my head-to-head matchups for the week. And we'll see how that's all going to factor out. Final week of the regular season. Kind of works out. I used my usages for Blaney up pretty well. I've used up a couple of guys. Larson, Byron, I think, and Christopher Bell. I've used them all 10 times. Now, that does reset for the playoffs, and then you can only use the same driver up to 5 times in the playoffs, is how the league has been the last couple of years. The first year we did the league, I believe it was you had to pick 2 playoff drivers and 2 non-playoff drivers on your fantasy team, at least. But then the last 2 years that we've done this, that has not been the case. You can basically just pick everybody, but so interested to see what they do for the league starting next week. But as far as this week, yeah, I'm definitely going Ford heavy. Ford is my manufacturer pick for the win. I think if we see an upset winner today, it's going to be for RFK Racing. Kyle Busch would kind of be in that second tier of the upset picks. I don't think anybody else is pulling off an upset tonight at Daytona outside of those guys. They both had a lot of speed. Obviously, RFK's won here recently. Chris Buescher 2 years ago. Penske controls these races. All 3 of those guys have a win. And even Josh Berry could have a pretty solid run in the 21. Of course, the Wood Brothers won here last season with Harrison Burton. So just the overall speed. He's led a lot of laps on the drafting style ovals this season. Josh Berry could be a good underdog pick, but he does have a win already this year. So feel very confident for Ford. Now, I usually take a Ford to win these super speedway races a lot, and I tend to pick either the wrong one or they end up all wrecking out like they did at Atlanta in the summer race, and none of them really had a shot at the finish. As far as who am I taking for the win, I have not decided on anything for today. And I'm still undecided as of right now, but I have to make up my mind before the drop of the green flag. And this is important because I'm having a career year. Granted, we've only been doing these live commentary streams for a few seasons now, but I have picked 11 winners so far this year. That is the most of any season for these cup races throughout the course of the year. And we still have 11 races to go, so we can raise the bar even higher. This may be a season that's going to be very tough to beat. I thought about taking an upset pick. I usually don't go that way and like to play it safe. All three Penske guys start up in the top 5. I think that's huge for them. RFK, Keselowski starts in the top 10, but because of qualifying getting rained out, Buescher and Preece are starting pretty deep in the field. I feel like I always take either Blaney or Logano with the next gen on super speedways, and I feel like I just got to keep rolling with it. Ryan Blaney has been red hot coming into this weekend. And it's a track he's won at before. He's won with the next gen car on super speedways. I want to take a look at this in recent weeks. I think Blaney is the most consistent driver over the last month going into the playoffs. I think he's had 3 top 5s. Yeah, look at these races over the last 5, excuse me. Over the last 5, he's had 5 straight top 10s. He's had 2 top 5s in that stretch. He got passed on the last lap at Watkins Glen and fell out of the top 5 after running there the whole race. He's just consistently scoring a lot. And I think that consistency, you put yourself in those positions time in and time again, you kind of fall into a win from time to time. So maybe that's the way Blaney gets it done. I'm going to take Ryan Blaney. I'm not going to say he's the hottest driver in the Cup Series, but he's been the most consistent over the last month and a half. So for that reason and him being great, and I do trust that if Ford's going to win, I'm taking Blaney. The fun pick in me really wanted to take Ryan Preece tonight. I'm not going to lie. I'm not one for, picking based off of stories. It's got nothing to do with him flipping twice. He legitimately has had very quick race cars. RFK as a whole has had very quick race cars. And I think either one of those 3 can win. I think what it's going to really come down to for which Ford is going to win the race, it's going to come down to who can take over control of the race. Are we going to see all 3 Penske Fords, maybe 4 if you include Josh Berry, at the front of the field at the start of Stage 3? Or are all 3 RFK Fords going to be at the front of the field at the start of Stage 3? Whoever at the start of the final stage or after the last pit stop, which is going to be around the same time, is at the front of the pack, I think they're going to end up winning. And thinking back to how that second Talladega race went when I was there, Hendrick Motorsports was in control of it late. And I did not think that they were going to fall out of a shot to win. I thought they had it locked up. They had both lanes gridlocked. It was Byron and I think Elliott 1-2 for a lot of that pack, but the Fords were able to get their way by them. And it was the eventual race winner. And Ryan Preece. And Preece got DQ'd, but he's still going to have speed. Oh, I didn't put the chat poll up. I apologize for that. Who will win at Daytona? I'll put my pick, Ryan Blaney, in there. Try to change it up a little. I'll put Kyle Busch in there because I feel like he's going to get a lot of picks for tonight. And I'll put Brad Keselowski. And obviously other than those 3. So Blaney, Busch, Keselowski will be the voting poll picks. RCR. If RCR wins, it's going to be Kyle Busch tonight. And if the 3 and the 8 can work together, I think the best thing for Kyle Busch tonight is the fact that Austin Dillon won a couple weeks ago. And I think Austin Dillon is going to do the selfless thing to do. And he will push Kyle Busch to victory or find a way to get that 8 car into victory lane, maybe run side by side, and then final lap, he's going to make sure the 8's going to be the one out in front, and they try to hold the pack back that way. Whatever the case is, I think RCR coming into tonight, they want to get that 8 car in the playoffs. They want to get Kyle Busch to victory lane. Austin Hill's in the field tonight too, so he's probably also going to have speed. And I would expect them to do the same thing with all 3 cars. And so maybe it's them that can control the race. Again, Busch has had 3 top 10s in the last 3 summer Daytona races. And those are all the next gen races. He finished second a year ago. And RCR's tenure in the Daytona 500, he's led in the final 10 laps the last 2 years of the 500. So he's had speed at this racetrack with this car. He won at Talladega a few years ago with RCR. Kyle Busch is a very good underdog pick. If it's not a Ford going to victory lane tonight, I think it's going to be Kyle Busch. Would be the only other pick that I would legitimately take outside of a Ford. Kind of freelance on the predictions here. Drop of the green flag isn't until 7:55 Eastern. We still got about a dozen minutes from now. It's good, though. We can talk about, hypotheticals. Because once the race actually starts, then all the dominoes are going to slowly fall into place as we get closer to the finish. But how many drivers are wreckers or checkers? 3 to 5, most of them. Yeah, I mean, this could be one of those races where we see the next gen car on super speedways. We either get a massive wreck that takes out well over half the field, like a track blocking crash because of the gridlock nature, or we don't really see a big one at all, and we're going to see nearly 35 cars finish on the lead lap at the end of the race. So I don't know which one to expect. Because even like 2 years ago, for instance, there was no accidents almost the whole day until Ryan Preece flipped with about 5 laps to go. And I think they still had about 30 cars finish on the lead lap that night. My guy Kevin Owens, by the way, giving the command. Big wrestling fan here. I didn't even know he was doing that. That's 2 weeks in a row. Didn't Rey Mysterio do it last week? How about that? List the grid, please. We'll go over the starting grid in a second. The last thing I want to cover before we get there is the points. Now, William Byron last week at Richmond was able to clinch the regular season title, so he'll get the 15 playoff points. But there are playoff points that are awarded per position in the top 10. So although Byron will get 15 points, the race now is 1 point per position from Elliott through what is right now 10th Bubba Wallace. And if you look where Chase Elliott is in second, and where Christopher Bell is in 6th, they're only separated by 23 points. That is not a lot of separation between those 5 drivers. Bell could go from 6th to 2nd. That is a 5 playoff point swing. Elliott can fall from 2nd to 5th and lose potentially 5 playoff points tonight. Larson can gain a couple or lose a couple. Hamlin in there and Ryan Blaney as well. So I think that would be an interesting battle to watch on the point side of things, especially with the likes of Blaney starting on the pole. He's going to have a really good shot to go for a lot of stage points here early in this race. That could help him. I think Kyle Larson starting up in row 2 in tonight's race in 3rd, so he also could be on that same boat of scoring a lot of points early on. And as far as the playoff side of things go, we obviously know we have 14 different winners this season after last week with Austin Dillon getting the race win at Richmond. The only 2 drivers above the cutoff line on points are Tyler Reddick and Alex Bowman. Nobody can point their way into the playoffs other than those 2. Now, neither one of them are locked, even though it's plus 89 for Reddick and plus 60 for Bowman. If we get a driver below the cutoff line to win this race tonight, obviously they would move in. That would bump, as of right now, Alex Bowman out. Now, Bowman would have to outpoint Tyler Reddick by 29 in order for Bowman to get in on points if we saw somebody below the cutoff line win. So it's not a must-win. Gets into early trouble in tonight's race. And Tyler Reddick's going to have to be on his best behavior. I think he has to go for points. He can't just sit around. Bowman goes up there. Bowman starts on the front row, for instance. So he could get a lot of points early in this race. Let's say Alex Bowman scores 16 stage points, Tyler Reddick only scores 2. Well, that deficit is now cut in half. And if Reddick is gridlocked out of the top 10, top 15, and Bowman stays top 5 the whole night, he doesn't have to win the race to necessarily get into the playoffs if we saw an upset winner. I think he can outpoint Tyler Reddick. It's not going to be easy. And he's going to have to be probably top 5 most of the evening. He's going to have to score a lot of stage points in both stages. And he's going to need help. But I don't think it's possible or impossible. If he could somehow cut that deficit down to like 10 to 12, and he only has to beat Reddick by 10 to 12 spots going into the finish of the race, Toyota has not had a great track record in the next-gen era on super speedways. So yeah, that is not impossible. All right. I know you guys wanted to see the starting lineup. We had to go through all the other stuff on our pre-race here first. Engines are fired up, and we will be going green here in about 7 minutes' time. And we will now go through the starting lineup for the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at the Daytona International Speedway. And I'll get the shout-outs in the chat after I get through this for those of you that have tuned in after the NASCAR trivia tonight. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. I pulled off my wrong list. All right, so you can follow along on screen. Starting on the front row for tonight's race will be the 2021 Summer Daytona winner, Ryan Blaney, as he will be on pole. Alex Bowman, who comes in 16th in points, as I just mentioned, 29 behind Reddick for 15th. Is starting on the front row in second. In row number 2 will be Kyle Larson, who has a Daytona best 6th place finish in the summer race of 2016, and the 2015 Daytona 500 winner, Joey Logano. Austin Cindric, inside of a 3-time Daytona 500 winner, though he has never won the summer event at this track. A driver who's done both in row number 4 will be Austin Dillon, 2018 Daytona 500 winner. He's a 2022 summer race winner, and of course the winner a week ago at Richmond. William Byron, 3 points paying wins at Daytona for him. His first career win in 2020 right here in this very race, and back-to-back Daytona 500s last year and this year for Byron. In row 5 will be Chase Briscoe, who's on the pole for the Great American Race earlier this season, and Brad Keselowski, who's the 2016 winner of this event. Josh Berry, Daniel Suarez will make up row number 6. And row number 7 will be Zane Smith and Kyle Busch. Busch is the 2008 Coke Zero Sugar 400 winner. Christopher Bell inside of row number 8 has a best finish in this race of 3rd, which came last summer. And also last year, Carson Hocevar ended up finishing in 11th. He starts outside of Bell. In row 9 will be SVG making his 3rd points paying Daytona start. And Ty Gibbs, who finished 5th in this race a season ago. Ross Chastain, who last year finished in 12th, will be on the inside of row 10. And Michael McDowell, the 2021 Daytona 500 winner. Best finish for AJ Allmendinger, who starts inside of row 11, was 3rd in this race back in 2018, and Bubba Wallace runner-up in 2021. Ty Dillon with Chris Buescher will line up in row 12. Buescher, a winner of this event 2 years ago. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., winner of this event back in 2017. He also has a 500 win that came in 2023. Eric Jones won his first career race here at Daytona under the lights in the summer of 2018. Also starts in row 13. Row 14 behind them will be Tyler Reddick, who was a runner-up in 2022 in this event, and Todd Gilliland. Row number 15, Cole Custer with Chase Elliott. Elliott has never won at Daytona in a points-paying race. He finished 2nd, though, in this race back in 2020. Ryan Preece, obviously big story. Flipped here at Daytona twice, but he's been very fast with the RFK Racing Ford on drafting tracks this season. Could be a threat for the win this evening. He's on the inside of row 16. Noah Gragson on the outside. Riley Herbst will be in his 2nd summer Daytona start. Ran for Rick Ware Racing a year ago. And Jonathan Nemechek has not finished outside the top 15 in 5 career points-paying starts at Daytona. He's not finished worse than 11th in his 3 summer event starts. So we'll see if he can keep that streak alive. He does start deep in the field tonight. Cody Ware, Austin Hill will make up row number 18. Hill, a 3-time Xfinity Series race winner here at Daytona. Justin Haley, the 2019 winner of the race, pulling double duty this weekend on the inside of row number 19 alongside BJ McLeod, who has 2 top 10s with this summer Daytona event. 3 top 10s for Casey Mears, making his 2nd start of the season, first since Martinsville in the spring, will make up row 20 on the inside. And Joey Gase making his first points-paying Daytona start in the Cup Series tonight in the 44 for New York Racing, a full 40-car field And that rounds out our starting lineup for the Coke Zero Sugar 400. I can't wait. I know we haven't had the greatest races on super speedways at these drafting style racetracks minus Atlanta, but we've still seen some great moments in this very race. The Summer Daytona event at the end of the regular season, in most cases the regular season finale. The Olympics last year was actually the second to last race of the regular season because of a slightly altered schedule, but still had a wild event. And I think it's going to be a wild night yet again. Something always happens in this race. 2022, we had that rain caution where it wasn't raining on half of the racetrack. It was raining on the other half. Not a quick enough caution, wiped out well more than half the field. Austin Dillon was able to escape by, get the race win on that Sunday afternoon. Saturday night the next year, of course, that scary crash with Ryan Preece. A race to the finish. At the very end, won by RFK's Chris Buescher, who at that time had won 3 out of 5 races that season, including back-to-back. And just a season ago, another wild race here at Daytona. A near photo finish between Harrison Burton getting his first career win in the NASCAR Cup Series and Kyle Busch, who was so close, not only to scraping into the playoffs, but breaking that long winless streak that still continues to this day, the longest of his Cup career. Noah Don't Miss, Bam Hall Stu, Earl Arnold Jr., Dean Tate, welcome to the stream, everybody. Chris Davis, welcome in. Federico Sanchez, I don't think I shouted you out yet. Craig Franklin. Ron East Coast. League name is KRC League. Sorry I didn't get back to that earlier. I was rambling on about everything going on in our pre-race. KRC League in all capital letters, space, capital L on League. KRC, space, capital L on League. And by the way, the only race that the tickets do not work for is the Daytona 500. And the only reason is because of the price difference in that race specifically compared to everybody else. Because I want to make sure I get you guys some of the best seats possible for the race of your choosing. And after being at the Daytona 500 just a couple of years ago, I know how pricey it can be. Packed crowd on a Saturday night under the lights at Daytona. Pace car on pit road. Green flag is in the air and we're underway in the regular season finale in 2025. Ryan Blaney, Alex Bowman race their way towards turn 1. I got to say, this has got to be the biggest crowd for the Summer Daytona race I've seen, probably post-COVID at least. Rain race in 2019 ran on a Sunday afternoon. Probably a sparser crowd that day as well. And hopefully rain stays clear for tonight. The Hendrick duo of Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman on the back straightaway on the inside. And the outside, it is Joey Logano behind his Penske Ford teammate of Ryan Blaney. The other Penske Ford of Cindric is on the bottom of row 3 behind the 5 and the 48 for right now. We'll see if he can get up into the outside if he can find a hole. Hasn't been able to on lap 1. And the leader at the end of lap 1 will be our pole sitter, Ryan Blaney, by 11 1/1000ths of a second. So no lead change on the opening lap. Blaney clear for the race lead into turn 1. William Byron, stop and go penalty at the start of the race. Rudy Fugle, by the way, ejected yesterday. Post-qualifying inspection, obviously qualifying was lightninged out for weather. But still failed the post-qualifying or pre-race tech multiple times, 3 times in fact. So without the crew chief for the 24, and again, a stop-and-go penalty for him on the opening lap of the race. So he is going to be off of the lead draft, and he will go a lap down if we see this stage go caution-free. 35 laps in stage 1. It is straight up. They will not have to pit for fuel. Blaney Logano well clear of the pack, showing the Penske Ford power in the early going of the race. We didn't get to see it in qualifying yesterday because there was no on-track activity, no practice this weekend as well. But we've seen these two set control of the race. Penske as a team has led the most laps on the drafting style oval so far this season, including in the Daytona 500, where they led more than 80% of the race despite not having one of their cars get the race win. They're 1-2 at the front of the field. Cindric has fallen back to 9th as he stuck 3 wide middle. in the back half of the top 10. It's actually kind of that middle groove that is taking control of things. 5 cars are clear, single file in the middle, now 6 with Kyle Busch, and it's 3 by 3 through the rest of this lead pack, further back than that. Top 5 at the end of lap 4 has Ryan Blaney out in front, Joey Logano second, Denny Hamlin third, Brad Keselowski fourth, and Daniel Suarez is up to fifth. 7 spots gained for Suarez, 8 for Busch just behind him. Double-digit spots gained already for McDowell, Wallace, and Buescher, who are all in the top 11 with 12 to 13 spots gained apiece. Larson has dropped back 11 after starting in third. He is back to 14th. Austin Hill, who started in 36, is up 19 spots to 17th. He's the biggest gainer in the opening laps of this race. Josh Berry down 13, Zane Smith down 14, down 15 for Christopher Bell to 30th, though I believe that is because he has dropped out of the lead pack and is kind of in that group of cars that is just trying to stay out of harm's way here in this opening stage. The classic Daytona strategy that has not changed in all my years of watching super speedway racing, of whether to go for it early or whether to hang out at the back in case something bad happens so you could stay out of trouble. That will never change. Let's see who's leading that third line on the outside. Looks like it's the Spire Chevy of Michael McDowell and the 71. Can't tell who it is that is pushing him at the moment. Might be his teammate Carson Hocevar in the 77. Nope, Hocevar's in the bottom groove of the racetrack. I haven't had a great look at it. And I believe William Byron is about to go a lap down here within the next couple laps after that stop and go penalty. Catch a caution, though. He's the only car that is off of the lead lap. He should get the free pass. Especially no green flag pit stops, so in case somebody were to have a speeding penalty and maybe fall off the lead lap, that would not be the case. So, opening stage, no problem, and he's already locked up the regular season title, so he's only racing for playoff points tonight, which are awarded 1 apiece at the end of stage 1 and stage 2, and the race win worth 5. These other drivers on the top 10, though, trying to go for their regular season positioning. Kyle Larson now back to 32nd place after starting third, and it is only lap number 8 this time by at the line. And he's in the lead draft, but he's the third to last car on the inside. Alex Bowman, who started on the front row, is also back there with him. And remember, Bowman needs points just in case we get an upset winner tonight. In the event of an upset winner, he has to outpoint Tyler Reddick by 29 to get into the playoffs. And right now, he's outside the top 30. So with Byron being a lap down, those 2 Hendrick Chevys dropping like a rock. Not sure if this is strategy purposed or not for HMS, but I feel like if they were going to drop to the back, you'd want to drop to the back and out of the lead draft and not in the lead draft. So I don't know that that was necessarily all a part of the strategy play. Chris Buescher in the 17 is the push car behind McDowell now. I don't think he was initially, but he is now on the outside. So with having an RFK Ford, who should be one of the stronger cars in the field, pushing the 71, maybe this is the break McDowell needs to get to the front. Though it does seem like the Fords of RFK and Penske, when they're leading the line, are better than the push. Got another push car, Penske Ford to the outside. Kyle Busch making a move to get by the 2. The 2 falls in line behind him, both in front of McDowell. Keselowski now moves up and mirror drives on the 8 of Busch. Back to the bottom, getting into the corner. He's split 3 wide. Busch to his outside, Suarez to the inside. And Suarez will be able to clear on the 6. So moves being made. It's a hot, slick racetrack tonight, so handling going to be a little bit more apparent than what we would see in the spring event with the Daytona 500. And some definite movement through the field in this first stage. Just not in those top 2 positions, with Logano and Blaney still taking control of the race. as we are 10 laps in, and Ryan Blaney from the pole has led every lap so far. Base Tugboat 2675, Troy the Great, thanks for tuning in. A little bit of bottlenecking going on. Keselowski, very aggressive push to the back of Daniel Suarez. Suarez underneath the Logano for second. Joey Logano side drafts him just a bit, pulls him back through the center of 3 and 4. Blaney holds on to the lead off the exit of the corner. Logano's not going to make any sort of an attempt to try to make a pass on Blaney at this point. Those two Penske cars are definitely going to stay together, so it's going to be difficult. But Suarez has a great car behind him of Brad Keselowski, so it can be done. And Suarez is on the inside of our leader, Blaney, through turns 1 and 2. Not quite clear off the exit of the corner, but they are drag racing down the backstretch for the race lead. A little bit more straightaway speed down the back for the 12 and the 22 off that high side. Suarez will have the advantage on the bottom in the corners, taking the shortest route around. Logano side drafts him, though, and Suarez not going to be able to pull back alongside the 12 this time off turn 4. And Blaney is still clear. Keselowski with a push into the tri-oval. We got trouble back in the pack. Caution out for the first time. The 66 of Casey Mears has crashed off of turn 4 for MBM Motorsports, and that's an early retirement for Mears. 3 career top 10s in the Summer Daytona event for Casey Mears, his last one coming in 2014. For Germain Motorsports, he was running in the mid to back of the pack. And it looks like either something broke on the car or he had a tire go flat, because there were sparks flying from underneath. He was on the high side and obviously ended up losing control with the car bottoming out. And around he goes. There were only about 3 or 4 cars that were behind him, most of which on the bottom they were able to evade. Not a lot of damage on his race car. He might be able to continue. William Byron will get the free pass to get back on the lead lap after the stop and go penalty early. Both right side tires flat for Mears, but luckily he was on the turn 4 side of the track, so didn't have to limp it very far to get back to pit lane.
You saw it during the break. That's the first caution of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Casey Mears sideways and in trouble in the garage 56 SI Yachts entry. What happened, Jeff?
You can see in the middle of the corner, watch the left rear tire spins around. I gotta tell you, that's pretty fortunate. That's the only contact he made.
You see it right there on board with the 3 of Austin Dillon. You mentioned it, Jeff. No practice, no qualifying. Pretty good wreck avoidance by the 24 of William Byron, who should get the free pass. So I don't know if he ran over something, if maybe something's rubbing. I mean, this car is pretty straightforward. You wouldn't think there'd be contact with anything, but either way, a flat tire. Nice job by Casey Mears keeping it out of the wall.
Casey's first Daytona race in some 6 years.
Yeah, it's fun seeing Casey back at the racetrack.
He's edging closer to that 500th race.
Yeah.
Let's hope he gets there.
That thing jumped sideways, and he was probably thinking, what am I doing back? This is not fun. This isn't the fun I remember. Good break for the 24.
Sure is. Yeah, his time at the back was pretty short-lived. Let's check in with Kim Kuhn. What you got, Kimmy?
Yeah, Chris Buescher, remember, in a must-win situation, and these cars were not shaken down because they did not do any qualifying laps. During the pace laps before the race, Chris Buescher got on the radio and said, I've got brakes, but the pedal is very long. Here was the most recent update.
We can pull you up. Right, do you want to work over here then? We're going to have to run it like that. We'll pit when it's openable.
So they will come down pit road to work on the brakes. You heard Chris say, in order to make the best race possible, put themselves in position to win, they've got to work on them.
Fortunately, here at Daytona, with no brake cooling, accessing the calipers to open the bleeders, let the air out and some fluid out, try to get whatever air bubbles there is, and you can kind of top the fluid off pretty good. But as long as the pace laps are here, if it's just air in the system, it should be easy to reconcile. Now, the challenge is, why is there air in the system? These guys load cars all the time with no issues, so be interested to see if that solves their problem.
And I'm sure some at home are wondering, why do you need brakes at a place at Daytona where you pretty much run wide open? Well, you use those brakes to get your front bumper right against the rear bumper of the guy in front of you. You drag those brakes, you use them. Green flag pit stops. You have to have brakes or you will not keep up. You can lose the draft if all that doesn't work, Dave.
Ty Gibbs on pit road. He'll get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. The fueler making sure pack that fuel cell tight. Kim.
You see, as predicted, Chris Buescher topping your screen on pit road. They will lead those brakes. Will take a little bit of time, but they still are optimistic about the rest of this race.
We'll see if the 17 and Chris Buescher can come back from that. Meanwhile, we've had only one leader thus far to the 13 laps. Ryan Blaney, Team Penske Ford out in front.
This guy right here. Blaney has 2 career dual race wins at Daytona and the summer win of 2021. He has not won the Daytona 500, but he has finished runner-up in that race 2 times in his career as well. Actually, ended up having a crash from the lead in this race 2 years ago, back in 2023. 1 win on the season at Nashville, 5th in the regular season standings. Fifth in the regular season standings entering the night. Looking to get up as high as 2nd. Him and Joey Logano taking good control of the race early. Been 1-2 for most of it, and they are still 1-2 at the time of the caution. I'm interested to see nose to tail and what may work better for them. They were able to beat out Hendrick Motorsports in the pushing efforts. When it was the 5 and the 48 on the bottom, the 12 and the 22 up high, I would imagine they'll take the outside again. Means that worked out well for them the first time. Assuming that they end up going with the push strategy again. Never got to know Casey? Uncle Rick went fishing a few times. That's pretty cool if you went fishing with Rick Mears. If that's what you're alluding to. I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest American race car drivers of all time. 4-time Indy 500 winner. Looking here, Casey Mears is only 1 lap down right now. I think they are going to continue. Obviously, he's going to have some significant damage to the underbody of the race car with both right side tires going flat. One of which was probably flat, causing the spin, and then the other one was a lockup after the fact. I would say just around 40, 38 to 40. They could probably stretch it, depending on how fuel saving measures may go for stage 2 and stage 3. They could go a little further than that, but it's 35 lap opening stage, no issues on fuel there. Therefore, we have seen some pretty quick laps. Ryan Blaney's fastest lap from the lead, 46.34 on lap 6. Is the same fastest lap as Logano, Suarez, Hamlin, Keselowski, Wallace, all in the top 6 spots. So they were definitely pushing the pace early in the run when the tires were fresh. We'll see how much handling will come into play for the drivers that did decide to pit, top off on fuel, take 4 fresh tires, crowd on their feet again. Green flag will be back in the air at Daytona. We'll be at lap number 16 on the restart. 20 laps to go in stage 1.
Everybody 2 by 2. Tight front still. I'll let you know as soon as you let them go. They're tight. They're tight. They're tight. They're tight. Tight. All. They're all. They're all half. Half. Half tight. And still down there. Barely there. You are clear. You're clear. Pushing on the bottom of your mirror. Coming back to you. They're pushing on the front. Not pushing the other half off. 1 off the front. 1. 1. I invite you out back here still. The reason you're Here's the first line. I don't work back to the bottom. Area's about half back. A lane lower. Side by himself. Nice brother. Half part. Half. One. Half. Quarter. Tight. Still tight.
That wonderful symbiotic relationship between spotter and driver.
Two things that really jump out. One, how quickly he could pick the binoculars up and find them in his field of vision. And two, all the information, all of that half, one, tight. That's the gap between the 22 and the 12. That has nothing to do with the 6. Those are the 2 cars in front of him. Now it has everything to do with what Brad needs to know, but he's not spotting his car. He's spotting the 2 in front of Brad.
Yeah, think about TJ Majors, the spotter. He has spotted Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Dale Jr., some of the very best on this type of racing.
Do you miss that voice in your head, or you've got one now with our producer?
No, I don't. I like being here. I love this scene. This is great racing. It's so much fun to watch, and I love the strategy. I love watching a driver make a move like the 6 car, Brad Keselowski, that orange car. He could have made a left right there and gotten below Joey Logano. Well, why did he do it?
Oh, look at 34 across the nose.
Todd Gilliland and
Oh, Reddick! Oh, no!
To the wall.
Tyler Reddick has crashed.
Is to have an issue early and leave the opportunity for the 48 to gain the points, and yet here he is, wrecked,
Wow.
running in the middle of the pack.
it happened last week in Richmond when he was running so strong. And it's happened again here in Daytona.
Came in 29 points above the 48. And here he is in the middle of stage 1, wrecked on pit road.
Unbelievable.
He's backing down pit road because he knows he made contact with the front of the car. He doesn't want to damage it going forward.
Okay. No, we need tires. Get right. Start with the right. You need tires. And the tires got the wheel.
That car has some really heavy damage. You can see the hood buckled up. I think the back is in pretty good state. In pretty good shape. You saw the tire changer just reset the flap. No big deal. The concern I have is in the front. Can they clearance the front tires? Will it continue to cool? They put 4 tires on it, send them out to drive around. Let's take a look what happens.
You said it before the race. Tyler Reddick, the smart thing for him to do is to ride around in the back. There's Alex Bowman behind him. Remember, he's racing Alex Bowman for this position. Coming off turn 4, he and Gilliland come together.
I think Gilliland just got
And
loose.
both of them go. And Alex Bowman right behind him. He had a front row seat of it.
Sure did.
That is
Wow.
big damage. Remember last week, he lost 28 points to Alex Bowman last week in that incident. And now, early in this race, a problem.
And really, Steve, same as last week. Wrong place, wrong time.
Wrong place, wrong time, but their choice to be up here. They really don't need to. Jeff just mentioned it. I couldn't tell if the 45 came up.
I
or
think
Gilliland
he
had
came
no
up.
idea the 45 was there. That was really odd to me. It didn't look like the 34 got out of shape like it was a handling issue. It looked to me like not a disagreement, but maybe a miscommunication about real estate. I don't know if the 34 thinks he can move left. That's what it looks like.
Well, look how much higher the 45 is than the 48.
Yeah, that could be, yeah. That's what's always hard for me is just what is the bottom, the middle, and the top lane, right? There aren't dotted lines for every lane. There's not painted lanes.
There's a great shot of it. Remember, this is slow motion. When you're sitting in that race car, there's nothing slow motion about it. You see, I feel like Reddick's coming up and Gilliland's coming down.
Might be a little bit of equity on both sides.
Yeah, and that's usually what happens. And you see the bright orange at the A-post. Those are those new A-post ducts. First race. It's much like the roof flap. All it's trying to do is help keep the car on the ground. You see them on both sides. The 45 continue to pop open right there, that bright orange A-post.
And look at that nose cave in.
Yeah.
That means the splitter's on the ground. It's a good shot of it.
So it's just odd. Like you would think at this point in the race, not a lot of pushing and shoving, but Jeff, you mentioned it. It's not as easy as it looks, right? Going around here at these speeds and the communication, and these guys just ran out of real estate between them.
Kim?
Yeah, still trying to diagnose how bad the damage is on that 45 car of Tyler Reddick, but this kind of spoils their plan, especially for the first stage. When I talked to crew chief Billy Scott, he said, we have to earn stage points. Remember, they came in decently in points to make the playoffs, but they were trying to defend their spot from Alex Bowman. And Billy told me, we have to race the whole race because you don't know how the race is going to play out. Stage points are our insurance policy. Does not look like they will be earning stage points at stage one.
Well, it's always easier to say after it happened, but I've had this conversation with Marty on the pit box. I just don't think aggression was the requirement for the 45. I think it was make the 48 go beat you. But either way, now they just need to keep this car on the racetrack. We could have 20 DNFs by the end of this race. We don't know what continuing to run means. So the team now are screwing the hood, trying to seal it to those vents. Remember, those vents are the air that comes in the radiator and then it vents out through the hood.
What's interesting to me is, what does Alex Bowman and his team, what do they do now? I think they still have to stay on offense. It's still a pretty good point lead to Tyler Reddick. So I think Alex Bowman, I mean, look, if Tyler Reddick's done for the day, a little different thought process, but if he gets back on the racetrack, you said it. We've seen many, many big car wrecks here, take a lot of cars out. It's just not as easy as a decision.
Well, neither of them are going to have an issue unless we have a brand new winner. But if Bowman gets in front of Reddick at points, then he doesn't even care about a new winner.
Let's go back to last week. We mentioned it earlier. He was having such a good night, Tyler Reddick was, and was the innocent victim.
Yeah, he was very frustrated after this wreck. Felt like guys got together behind him, and him as the victim, as you just said, and it cost him.
Suarez, Ty Gibbs, and then Tyler was in the wrong place, wrong time.
You're never safe in this sport. Just when you think it's comfortable, just when you think everything's going your way, things like this happen.
Second caution in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. And pit lane gets active again. Parker Kligerman standing by. Take it away, mate.
You see Chase Elliott, the 9 car, they pitted on the last caution and actually took fuel. Now they're going to take tires here. They were doing it before just to reduce the fuel time at the end of the stage. But with this next caution, taking the opportunity to put 4 tires on, which can help them at the end of the stage potentially go through it.
Dave, what's happening at the 24?
So he radioed the crew when the caution came out. Said, it feels like something is loose or dragging. When I come up to full speed, that's when I feel it. So they called him into pit lane. Remember, Brandon McSwain is the crew chief filling in for Rudy Fugel here, but they called him in. We'll jack it up on both sides, see if we can find anything on the 24. Back on the lead lap. That's the good news for the 24 group. Back to Daytona in a moment.
Well, wild start here tonight at the Daytona International Speedway. 2 early cautions, both for incident. First, Casey Mears having a flat tire, going for a single car spin, does remain in the race. I believe he actually gets the free pass with this quick yellow immediately after that. So Mears back on the lead lap. Tyler Reddick and Todd Gilliland getting together off of turn 4. Looked like Reddick might have pushed a little tight. 3 wide on the bottom off the exit of the corner. Slight contact, that's all it takes at these high-rated speeds here at the Daytona International Speedway, plus the lighter area of the racetrack, the transitioning of the banking off the exit of turn 4, as drastic as it is. No chance for either one of those two to catch the race cars. Gilliland pretty much had an aimless spin, no major damage to his car. The contact was very minimal between him and the 45, but Reddick ended up spinning like a top down the track. Could not keep it off the inside wall. He ended up nosing first, so quite a bit of damage for the 45. With the repairs being made for the 45, he is still on the lead lap for now, but quite a bit of damage again to the nose of Reddick's race car. He came into this day 29 points above Alex Bowman. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on Bowman. How's he going to score points the rest of the race? As of right now, he's outside the top 10 late in stage 1. Be the best thing for Reddick at this point is keep the car on the lead lap, and you never know, Bowman maybe has an issue later that does take him out, and you're right back in position again to be locked into the playoffs on points. One driver at least is going to get in on points tonight, whether it's Reddick or Bowman. If we don't get a winner below the cutoff line, they will both get in on points. Nobody can outscore them being as far back as they are without a win. Easy Network, welcome to the stream. Hard for Reddick to stay in the draft. I do think so. He definitely won't be able to lead a line, I can tell you that much. With the damage to the nose. Reddick's car pushed tight and Gillen came down a little. Yeah, that's what they stated on the broadcast. I do feel like the 45 moved up a little bit more than the 34 came down, in my personal opinion. I think a lot of the bit of getting loose by Gillen might have been when the 45 was getting closer to the left rear corner panel before the contact itself, as the 45 was washing up the track. When I initially had seen it, I just assumed the 34 got loose and then just kind of came down like we've seen off the exit of turn 4 a lot here at Daytona in any NASCAR series. But not entirely the case this time around. Awaiting the next restart here at the Daytona International Speedway. Pace car will be yielding its way to pit road. There we go. Spit it out eventually. Ryan Blaney and Bubba Wallace on the front row for the restart this time around. Joey Logano outside of row 2. The push car behind Blaney as they've been for the first couple of restarts. Brad Keselowski in the RFK Ford also on the outside was working in a cohesive unit with that of the 22 and the 12 before that last caution. Great side drafting effort by Wallace and another great push as well by the 99 of Suarez. And immediately as Wallace is able to pull clear, he does to get in front of his best buddy Ryan Blaney. So Suarez will lead the inside with Kyle Busch and Michael McDowell. 3 Chevys in line and a Toyota all alone out in front of the Fords on the high spot. RFK Racing Ford behind the 6. That would be the 60 of Ryan Preece. And Chris Buescher not up there as he was having some issues during the early going of this race with his brake pedal being soft. So that team has been going diligently to work to try to repair the brakes under these first couple of cautions. Some lengthy stops for Buescher's team. He is still on the lead lap, but at the back of the pack as a result. Even if it's Daytona and you're not on the brakes much, you don't want a soft brake pedal. You will have to use them at some point. You don't want to keep blasting the guy in front of you, causing a wreck that way either. Kyle Busch, a great push to Daniel Suarez, and Suarez also will be able to pull clear of Bubba Wallace. So the 99 and 23 have cleared the Fords on the outside. Brad Keselowski and his Ford will take to the outside of Logano. He doesn't want to lose any more spots in line, with a couple of cars getting out in front of the Penske Ford, so he's going to make a move of his own. And I think the 60 and the 6 are going to make some big gains down this back straightaway. The problem is immediately when they pulled out of line, they actually lost a little bit of ground, and Michael McDowell swung from the top to the middle, getting a nice draft off of the 22 and the 12 in front of him, and McDowell now is able to pull clear. Goes high for a brief moment, and then right back down to the inside again. Kyle Larson is back up inside the top 10 after starting third. Alex Bowman is just a couple cars behind him in the middle groove. McDowell again from the middle groove to the top lane, right in front of the race leader. Logano, big block in the tri-oval. Hesitated. You don't want to do that. Quickly back down to the middle when he realized he was not going to be able to clear the 71. Another big push. Keselowski to the back of McDowell before entering turn 1. And the 71's on the outside of the 22. The 8 of Kyle Busch is underneath them. It's 3 wide all the way through this lead pack from about 4th on back. While Suarez, Wallace, and Blaney lead the field, single file in the middle groove in front of the 22. Another major push for the 6 to the back of the 71. Same to be said at the front of that middle groove, though, with Wallace and Suarez. Blaney a move to the bottom. Logano goes with him. They're going to get past the 23. Blaney slides up in front of Wallace. 4 wide. Full stretch. Car around. Bubba Wallace in the grass. We've got a big wreck. Kyle Busch is against the fence. Alex Bowman is involved. And they're still crashing out of the tri-oval. Noah Gragson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. are in it. So after seeing Reddick involved in the incident moments ago, now Alex Bowman, the other driver going for points, is also collected. And I think it's safe to say that Alex Bowman has much more damage to his car now than what Reddick had before that. Wallace's window net is down. He is definitely done. Took a couple of hard hits as he was down in the grass after he initially had spun, came back across the track in front of the pack. Ran out of real estate, 4 wide in the middle of the tri-oval, and there were a few cars touching at once. Austin Cindric going to be done. Alex Bowman trying to drive back into the pits. Major problems at Daytona. 3 cautions already in the first 28 laps.
29 points on Reddick to not be the first in. A new winner, it doesn't matter. A new winner, from what I see with damage on this 48, that's going to eliminate the 48 because I just don't see that damaged car making up nearly 30 points on the car that were on board below. I know Reddick has damage, but this 48th night could be basically over.
Yeah.
At least over in a competitive standpoint. That was an interesting wreck, Jeff. It was kind of slow generating. Some wrecks are like one push, bang, they start wrecking. That was a little bit of moving left to right, and then just converging.
Well, let's go back and watch it. Very front of the pack. The 23 of Bubba Wallace. Watch that car on the outside lane. They get 3 wide. And I don't think that Bubba knows that he's 3 wide that low because he's in the middle of the racetrack.
Did Larson push the 23?
Toyota on board for Bubba. I'm with you. I think he thinks he only has 1 car below him. He ends up with 2 because if we go back and watch it again, the 22 of Logano kind of gets put in a bad spot, which is going to hurt Logano. He's going to go backwards. So watch right here. The 22, there's fire out the pipes. The 8's going to get to the bottom. The 5's going to be outside. Now, if we freeze it right there, the 8's bottom, the 22's middle, the 23's top. But Bubba Wallace is in what would be the middle lane of the racetrack. As we roll it forward, I don't think Bubba knows he's 3 wide top.
I think Larson hit him, though.
He starts moving left, and then Kyle and Logano Logano has nowhere to do. He's out of the gas, and that's it. The 23 comes across the nose of the 22. But I'm with you, Jeff. I'm just not sure the 23 of Bubba Wallace has any idea there are 2 cars below him while being in.
I think we need an aerial shot on that because Larson's hood flaps came up. If you watch the hood of the 5 car, I think he might have made contact with the back of the 23 trying to push it forward before Wallace broke loose in the tri-oval or had made contact with the 22. We need an onboard shot of the 5 or an aerial shot to see if the 5 made contact with the 23. I think he did. And I think that's why Wallace made the initial contact with the 22. I do agree that he was down the track more than what we would usually see 3 wide, and it was already tight, which is why the little bit of contact that he could have had from behind in a bad spot as well would have been the finishing result of starting that crash. I would deem this as the big one, though, that's for sure. That was Larson pushing. Yeah, I mean, you can see the hood flaps on the 5. For sure. You can't tell for sure if he's actually pushing. Sometimes the hood flaps move if you get close to the back of a car without actually making contact and bump drafting.
A car of Kyle Larson.
Okay, here we go. Now they're talking
into the back of the 23 here.
Why did that take so long for Jeff Burton to realize that?
Trying to push it forward.
All right.
That's where that starts, where the 5 looks to be in the back of the 23.
Yeah.
It kind of pushes him to the left a little bit, trying to give him a draft down the front straightaway in the trial.
And, the hood flap comes up on the 5, which normally means you're about nose to bumper, right? That gets that low pressure. So I do agree that there's a contact. And now it sounds crazy, but we've all done it. When you, drop a tire off and you can't pull the car back to it.
Massive moment in stage 1.
Yeah, that was definitely I'm not going to put the full blame there on Kyle Larson by any means. I think it was just as much his fault as it was with Wallace. I think Wallace could have given more room to the cars underneath him. I'm also curious to know if the spotter had called 3 wide with Bubba, because they were very, very tight at that point. of the racetrack with him running as low as he was. Blaney had just made a move off the exit of turn 4 to get to the inside of the 23, and then he was able to clear high. The 22 followed the 12. And simultaneously, Kyle Busch kind of had a big run on the inside while the moves were being made in that top and middle group of the racetrack above him. The inside lane didn't have any lane changing going on, so the 5 was leading ahead of steam, and they got 3 wide very quick. It just, I mean, at the end of the day, it goes to show these guys are going damn near 200 miles per hour. And these moves and instances of the timing of which they have to make these moves are so quick, and you have to be on it. Basically, before you even make the move, you have to decide on exactly what you're going to do, and you're basically predicting what other drivers are going to do as a result as well. And sometimes we see instances like this. 3 incidences, though. 3 cautions. Stage 1 here at Daytona, and I'm curious to see if this is going to calm things down for a bit after what has been just a... I mean, it's definitely a wild start for the wrong reasons, but it's not really a better word to describe it. Gene Blevins, welcome to stream. A. Benton. Nancy Hodges, I don't think I shouted you out yet. You've been tuned in for a while. Joanne Ellis, welcome to the stream. Yeah, lots of cars involved for sure. Red flag, I would imagine it's because the entire front stretch was blocked. I don't know if they have to make repairs to the wall or not. Somebody hit hard head on. The car that Bowman clipped with his left front nosed pretty hard into the outside wall coming out of the tri-oval. So maybe they have some safer barrier work to go with there. I don't know who it was that he clipped. Was it Custer, maybe? There were so many instances that went on during the course of that wreck that there's a lot to cover there, and I don't think we've covered it all.
And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. More replays of this 12-car wreck during the first stage.
So a lot happens. Watch the 22. He and the 23 get together. A little hit from the 5. Then the 22 and the 23 get together, and there it goes. So a lot happened all at once. Right there's the first contact. And then it just continues.
I think it's as simple as the 23 gets so close to the 22, he kind of just gets pulled into it. And, you know, you just can't turn the wheel right 90 degrees. That doesn't work. So he's trying to get off the 22, but it's just not, you know, we're watching it in slow motion. Can you imagine how fast this happens in real time? I mean, like right here, like he's basically touching the 22 and then all of a sudden it just pulls him left. Either way, the result's the same, which is a huge wreck. And this hit right here for the 2 car, he shows up on the scene right. Boom. Man, oh man.
That was a big hit.
That is a big hit.
Nose to nose.
The 38, Zane Smith thinks he's through.
Yep.
Like he is, that's much like what we saw to Chase Elliott last week, right? He was like, oh man, I'm through. And then he gets turned by a wrecking 48 car.
We talked about a lot happening. Watch the 22 of Logano. He gets right to the 12. The 23 is coming down the racetrack. See the fire come out of the pipes of the 22? See it? He's tight. He's had to come off of the throttle. Now the 8 gets underneath him. Joey never had the momentum he wanted because he wasn't handling well. Then contact right there. So all this started back there in turn 4, just with Joey get tight. Not that the wreck's his fault. It's just everybody converging. And things happen in just a millisecond. And that's how these wrecks that happen at Daytona. No one has to do anything drastically wrong. It's just everybody is so close to each other. Any little mistake, and this is what you get.
Well, it ends up being Justin Haley's night right there in the 7. Go back and have that near miss of the 23.
And Hocevar and Chastain.
Yeah, great.
They're all down on the apron.
And look, if you win tonight's race, it's going to be shocked that you're not a near miss somewhere if the race is anything like this.
By the way, folks, while we've been showing you these sequences of replays, The
Oh.
race has been red flagged. So cars are stopped on the approach to the tri-oval as the crash zone, all the debris, everything's being cleaned up. That hit between Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric, it doesn't get any better no matter how many times you see it.
Watch the two cars. That is just a blunt impact. I those hurt. These all hurt. I've been in many of these wrecks, and I got to tell you guys, it's easy to sit in this seat right here, or sit at home and say, well, this guy did this and this guy did that. When you're going that fast, you're going that close to each other, and everybody's coming to the end of the stage. Everybody's trying to get the best finish they can. It just happens in a millisecond. Next thing you know, you're pointing the wrong direction, Dave.
And Jeff, guess who had a great view of that and saw it coming literally and figuratively? Colin Presley, spotter for Joey Logano.
You got the ATU, middle's covered, outside your mid three here, mid three. I don't think they know. No, I got the always. When we were clear, we should have taken it. While we were waiting. I ain't gone forward there. That's how I got put 3 wide in the first place. You got the fat air on 5. What's the 23?
Couple of key phrases there, but the one that stood out to me was mid-3. I don't think they know. They didn't. Parker?
Dave catching up here with Bubba Wallace, who's just checked release from the infield care center. Bubba, did you have any indication that you were 3 wide there?
I need to see a replay. I know everything was happening pretty quick there. Man, what a here's a good visual of it. Sorry.
Let's taking a look here. A little hit from the 5.
Yeah, the hit from the 5 shoved me down there, and it was like I got shoved up by the 22 when the 12 moved up. He was trying to just, move up and take a lane. But oh well, man, I hate it. 22nd to the lead in a short amount of time. Just huge shout out to my crew on the 23 Columbia Toyota Camry. Hated for Columbia. Had a good trip with them down here and couldn't get them a result. So I hate that. I'll take the blame for it. Unfortunately, just a scrap deal. Everything was going too good, too early to be all true. So something was bound to happen. I hate that we were involved in it, but hopefully we can get the 45 in still. So all in all, we're locked in. Let's get focused for Darlington, and I'm okay.
That's super speedway racing, guys.
I think his little bit of bewilderment and wanting to see the replay just reminds us that at nearly 200 miles an hour, we break it down frame by frame, but Bubba Wallace, like he said, he went 22nd to the lead. He's a premier drafter when it comes to this style of racing. And even he is, you could see the confusion. And then you heard him say, he's like, well, I think I'll take the blame. Like, he's not 100% sure, but looking at it, he's like, man, from what I see, maybe I did this or maybe I did that. It's always easy in slow motion after.
He had that look in his eyes like we do when we're watching replays. Yeah, real sure what happened.
Right.
We'll watch this again.
And he was in it.
Yeah, it is. I tell you, it is just it is so wild being in these race cars and having to try to figure out what happened in that type of situation. And, you don't just want to point the finger. That guy did this, that guy did that, because you really don't know.
So let's walk our way down. Let your eyes walk down the leaderboard. Suarez needs to win to get in. Blaney, we already know is locked in. McDowell needs to win to get in. Larson's in. Logano's in. Keselowski needs to win to get in. Same circumstance for his teammate, Ryan Preece. Carson Hocevar needs to win to get in. Ross Chastain, he's in the playoffs. Justin Haley needs a win to get in. There's a lot of contenders early on in this race where this race is looking promising, and they were able to tic-tac their way through that wreckage site.
What does that look like? That's what it looks like. With Suarez leading, if he wins the race, Reddick is then above the cut line. Remember, Reddick and Bowman came in above, Bowman being the first in, which means he is the first out with a new winner. That is Alex Bowman's sphere with a car like Suarez or any of the ones you just mentioned leading the race.
Parker, who have you caught up with?
Austin Cindric, who's just been checked released from the infield care center. Austin, it looked like a pretty hard hit there with the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Was it just sort of close in front of you?
Yeah, I don't really know if we could have gone anywhere else. I thought I made it through most of it, but I guess I highlighted my day as being able to sit here and congratulate you. So past that, I'm probably go to sponsor stand and cheering my teammates. That's about it. So shame. I thought our car handled fairly well, and just caught in the middle. You could kind of feel the intensity picking up there when probably didn't need to that early in the race, and come to think of it, I actually did tighten up my belts a lap before that. So yeah, just a shame, and felt like, yeah, like I said, my Army Tech Menards 4 Mustang handled well enough to be a contender tonight. Just away he goes.
Seen some cars moving around out there. First of all, thank you, by the way. Is it handling a big factor, you think, tonight?
Yeah, I definitely think it was, and I think it takes more laps on tires for that to really become a factor, and you know, for all 3 lanes to get used there. But yeah, just the intensity getting ramped up there super early, and yeah, I wish I could tell you more, but I only did about 20 laps tonight.
Glad you're okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Guys, I want to read you something that Austin Cindric said in the lead up to this race tonight. There's always a sense of urgency with this Daytona race, and there's a set approach to deal with that. There's no set approach other than embracing the desperation around us. That's easier said than done. That's come to fruition. There was a little bit of desperation, even though it's only stage 1.
Well, he's been a winner down here.
Yeah.
And he knows.
With that red flag, by the way, we will get a restart before the end of stage 1. I took a picture of the NBC graphic that they had for the drivers involved in the incident. So the drivers who were involved at lap 27 with that crash resulting in the red flag were Austin Cindric, Noah Gragson, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace, Austin Hill, Riley Herbst, Zane Smith, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Alex Bowman, and Carson Hocevar, not all of which knocked out of the race from that crash, but quite a few of them were.
You're going to make 29.
Bowman in the garage area.
We'd have to see a lot of wrecks.
There was an 8.5 minute red flag, by the way, caused by this 12-car pileup. Some were lucky to get through, others not so lucky.
Oh. Every time I see the 2 and the 23 making that significant contact following their massive impact in the center of the tri-oval, just stays just as violent as it was the first time I saw it. XX Larry, welcome to the stream. Yep, 3 cautions, stage 1. And our 4th yellow will be at lap 35 for the stage 1 break, which is not far away from now. Wild start to the night. Daniel Suarez is our current race leader. Ryan Blaney in 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd. Michael McDowell 4th. Joey Logano in 5th. And he has not been to pit road after having contact with this incident. Carson Hocevar is 6th. Brad Keselowski is 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Ryan Preece 9th. Justin Haley rounds out the top 10. Because of red flagging them when they did, pit road hasn't been open yet. I would imagine we're only going to have anywhere between 2 to 3 laps to go in the restart. It's probably another reason why NASCAR had red flagged the incident, was so we can get a restart before the end of stage 1 and not run too many extra laps away with the caution. On top of the fact that there was a track blocking crash in the tri-oval, so there was a lot of debris laid down where the cars were stopped right at the entrance of the tri-oval. Godzilla Legendary 2078, welcome to the stream. Bowman will have to pray that there is no new winner, otherwise he's out. Yeah, big save, by the way, for Tyler Reddick after being involved in literally the incident just laps before the big one in the tri-oval. It was looking like Reddick was not going to have a great day, but now with Bowman involved in this incident, it looks like Tyler Reddick will be able to advance into the playoffs on points. And as to whether or not Alex Bowman will point his way in is up to fate at this juncture of the race. If we see a new winner from below the cut line that is a Cup regular, then Alex Bowman will be bumped from the playoffs. And it'll be the second time he has missed the playoffs in the last 3 years. Missed some races back in 2023 due to injury, and obviously this season has ran every race, but it's crazy when you look at the stat sheet, though, too, because Alex Bowman has the 2nd most top 10s in the Cup Series this season. He's 9th in the regular season standings, but coming into the night, of course, maybe not anymore, but was 9th in the regular season standings, 2nd most top 10s on the year. Just not a lot of stage points. He hasn't qualified particularly well for most of the season, and here tonight, where he started on the front row in 2nd, caught up in a big one late in this opening stage. Pit road is open.
Just got tagged at the very last moment by Bowman. Here we go. Action on pit road. Parker's there.
Daniel Suarez, who's been the leader of this race, going to come down and get tires here for the 99 car. He's been really happy with that car. Even described being up at the front like a video game. Super relaxed behind the wheel, Dave.
Almost didn't pit. The crew chief, Jeremy Bowens, for the 6-car, Brad Keselowski down below. He said, I'm on the fence. We could, and we could not. They did.
Very simply, all these cars are must-win cars, and winning a stage or running well in the stage doesn't help their end goal. Kim.
There's the 17 of Chris Buescher finishing up his stuff. They did take tires. Everything seems to be okay on the brakes. Just checking in on that. Remember, they bled them earlier. Back to the plan. They've got to win this race if they want a playoff spot.
Yeah, remember those brake issues earlier for Chris Buescher in the 17. See how the night shakes out for him.
So we're at 4 laps to go right now. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go on the restart. Looks like Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson are the first 2 in the running order of those that stayed out of the pits. Both are locked into the playoffs, so trying to go for an extra playoff point, which is awarded for the stage win. Ryan Blaney, though, does not have as much help as what he once did. Joey Logano's got some damage. He did stay out of the pits. We'll see if that 22 is going to be just as fast. I'm surprised he didn't have more. He got sandwiched between the 8 and the 23 pretty good where the wreck had started. But apparently the team thinks that the car is not damaged enough to potentially take Logano out of a shot here. I keep killing ants in my room. That's the second one I found in the last, 5 minutes. And I got up from my seat the last time. I ended up taking one out. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm just finding more because I have new lighting in here. makes the floor a little bit brighter. Leaving all hell cuts loose. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Now we're going to have a sprint to the end of stage 1 coming up shortly. I will be posting highlights from tonight's race at some point tomorrow. It might be tomorrow night. I'd like to get those uploaded tonight, but I do have to work tomorrow morning. So depending on how late this race goes this evening, may have to hold out on that. Get just over 60 people concurrently watching. 53 likes already. Let's see if we can get that to 100 before the end of the race tonight. One red flag in the early laps. Three cautions. Ryan Blaney has led the most laps so far. Lost the lead for a bit to Suarez. And Bubba Wallace got back to second before the crash took place. Suarez was the leader, but he did just hit pit road. So that is why Blaney's out in front. And Larson, who was around 4th or 5th place, also stayed out of the pits, jumps to what will likely be the front row here for the restart. Again, 2 laps to go. Stage 1. It will be going green at the line. Pace car on pit road already. Green flag back in the air. Michael McDowell actually inside of road number 1. Ryan Blaney was on the outside, and Kyle Larson, the push car behind Blaney. Logano behind McDowell. So there's a chance Larson took the outside road too so he could split the Penske Fords up. Interesting call. A lot of bumper locking engaged. Larson staying on the back of the 12 down the back straightaway. 22 and the 71 became disconnected for a brief moment, so Blaney is now clear down the backstretch into turn 3. And he'll stay on the outside for right now. McDowell and Larson nearly come together in the center of turns 3 and 4 as they went to side draft each other simultaneously. Blaney still holds clear. Chastain with a push to the back of the 5. Chase Elliott to the outside, 3 wide. Through the speedy dry on the front stretch and down towards turn 1 on the final lap of the stage. Is Logano going to be as aggressive to push the 71 with the 12 out in front? It's going to be interesting. Blaney down to block the 71. Back up to the outside to block Larson, who gets another push from Chastain to the bottom again. Blaney in front of McDowell, who was getting pushed by the 22. And now Larson to the outside of the 12 as they get through 3 and 4. Blaney needs a huge head of steam and a help from behind by the 71 if he's going to win the stage. He's losing ground. Larson, Chastain on the outside have the momentum, and into the tri-oval it is Kyle Larson who will win stage 1 at Daytona. Ross Chastain in second, Ryan Blaney third, Michael McDowell fourth, and Justin Haley in fifth. Joey Logano fell to sixth, Todd Gilliland seventh, Ryan Preece eighth, Chase Briscoe ninth, Christopher Bell will get the final stage point in 10. So Larson, the stage 1 winner here at Daytona. It is the 9th stage win of the year for Kyle Larson. Two Spire Chevys up in the top 5. Still got the 2 Penske Fords in the top 6. JGR sneaking in there 9th and 10th with Briscoe and Bell. And Suarez, who hit pit road during that last caution, is in 12th. Keselowski 11th was also just on pit road. For the drivers who have not pitted yet in this race during any of the cautions, they will definitely be pitting now, as they're going to need some gas. Only laps Kyle Larson was able to lead this entire race was that final lap of stage 1, and now during the stage caution, 26 of the 35 laps led in stage 1 for Blaney, but he finishes third on that final lap. That move that costed him the block down the back straightaway in front of McDowell, hopping out of that bottom line right as Larson was getting a huge push from Ross Chastain. And Larson wasn't able to clear off of turn 4, but enough of a head of steam, and the 12 just couldn't get the momentum going forward. With too little time to get there off the exit of turn 4, and it was Larson and Chastain to go 1-2 there, and Blaney again was third. So Larson, after kind of being one of the contributing factors of sparking the big one here at Daytona, able to win the opening stage. I said one of the contributing factors. He wasn't the sole reason for the crash, but we see it time and time again on these super speedways. The guy that does the pushing that sparks a big accident tends to get out of it scot-free more often than not, and then they end up going on to have a pretty solid day. And in Larson's case, whatever happens at the end of the race, he picked up another playoff point, which is just one more point added for when the postseason begins next weekend at Darlington. We'll take our first break in the live commentary stream. You're listening live on KRC, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. 57 likes so far for who you think is going to win tonight's race as well. Kyle Busch is out of the race. He has 18% of the votes. Blaney still very much in it. Same for Keselowski. 19% of you took Blaney. 12% taking Keselowski. 51% have other won the first stage with Kyle Larson. So we'll see how that works out for him going forward.
Data for just $30 each. Ditch big wireless and switch to consumer cellular. Rough turn of events for a playoff hopeful, and technically he's still above the cut line. That is Alex Bowman. Let's hear from him now with Parker Kligerman.
Right, Lane. He's just been checked released from the infield care center here. Alex, you were involved in that massive wreck there. Was there any way to avoid some of what was happening in front of you?
Not really, right? Like, I hate the way the first run went. It seemed like the bottom lane just dissolved behind us, and we tanked. But obviously, we had gotten a lot of track position back, right? Like we drove back up there to the back half of the top 10 or whatever. And yeah, then just nothing you can do. Welcome to super speedway racing, unfortunately. So really proud of my Ally 48 team for, the year up to this point we've had, right? Like the last 10 or 11 weeks have been pretty special. And yeah, we haven't won. So we're in a tough spot for the rest of the night. But, regardless of the outcome, I feel like it's out of our control and kind of is what it is at this point. So we'll wait and see how the race ends up and kind of go from there. And regardless, we're going to be, hitting hard the next 10 weeks and trying to get a win, whether we're in the playoffs or not.
Will you watch tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? Like, there's no way to get away from it. So, while I have certainly stayed off social media, I'm going to sit in front of a TV and watch. But, yeah, bummed for Hendrick Motorsports, everybody that worked so hard to not have a shot at it here tonight. But, it was going to be tough, whether we were in it or out of it. And unfortunately, we're on the sidelines watching, and we're going to find out here in a couple hours.
A tough spot, but in good spirits for Outspoken, guys. Yeah, you can hear the disappointment in his voice, and now all he can do is wait. And that is not what drivers like to do, is not be in control of a situation, Dave.
Kyle Larson is in the very first pit stall. They pass by there. The 5 car will get 4 tires and fuel. They will not wait on Brandon Harder to fill it full of fuel. Once the tires are changed, they'll leave, Marty.
Dave working the high line. Michael McDowell was able to go from 18th to 4th in stage 1. No real complaints about the handling of the 71. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney said, quote, "I didn't know where to go at the end of the stage. That's my fault, guys." He said, "I could stand to be a little bit tighter." Yeah. A lot of different strategy here on pit road. Look at that. Keselowski gains a ton of spots, Lee.
And while he did that, Ross Chastain decided to stay out. So here he is in the safety culture Chevy for Trackhouse Racing.
I made it back just in time. Just trying to get my dinner in on the side. Put it in the microwave real quick. Back up right at the end of the pit stops as they go to commercial. So Ross Chastain, I don't know if he won the race off pit road. I did miss that. Let's wait for leaderboard update in case it hasn't yet. And then I'll go through the top portion of the field leading into the next restart as we begin stage 2. Still very early in the race. Slow race pace tonight with 4 cautions in the first 35 laps, 3 for incident. Now the stage break caution, which we are currently under, is our 4th. 8 lead changes and 18 laps under yellow already. Nearly half the race up to this point has been spent under yellow flag conditions. 1 red flag following the big one, which was the 3rd caution of stage 3 at lap 27, involving just less than a dozen cars. Ross stayed out. Okay. Yeah, there were going to be drivers who stayed out who pitted during some of the late yellows in stage 1. Now, they will not be able to make it on fuel for stage 2 and stage 3 tonight. 60 laps in the second stage. Stage 1 was 35 laps. And then the final stage will be 65 laps to the finish. So they will have to make a pit stop at some point in time in both stage 2 and stage 3. And this is where we might see a little bit of that fuel saving come into play so they can have a shorter gas and go only stop to get them track position before the end of the stage. So the drivers who just pitted are definitely going to be slightly better on fuel at the start of the stage. They can maybe push the pace a little bit more than the guys who stayed out at the front. If we do see the same fuel saving measures that we have seen for the last handful of cup races here at Daytona and or Talladega. Red flag was for 8.5 minutes. Thank you for that update. Yeah, definitely a wild one here tonight at Daytona. You have until the end of stage 2 to vote for who you think is going to win this race today. Is the race even 400 miles? It is. It may be more than that, depending on if we have any overtimes. 57 votes have been casted so far. 56 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend. Truck Xfinity Cup races as well as Cup practice qualifying. No practice this week for the Cup Series. The qualifying was actually rained out yesterday, so only 2 live commentary streams this week. Very short week And it was a short week as it is, with it being Friday, Saturday. No live commentary tomorrow. I do plan on having a NASCAR 08 stream at some point for tomorrow. No start time officially yet, but I'll have something for you, more than likely. Cody Ware stayed out of the pits entirely. He's leading right now. And I'm not sure if he's going to pit right before we go green or not. On our leaderboard, he scored in first.
I mean, they just get ramped up here, driving to try to get all that they can. You know, we got a battle with Hennepin with that's racing for points at stage points, everything going on. That's surprising, Brandon. I didn't expect it so early, guys. It's get to the end of the first stage and then have an opportunity to see how it's going to sort out. But yeah, I mean, it's really created a lot of chaos. And these regular season fans, it's really shifted. So, Brad, you mentioned the regular season points. Let's check out those. And key for Kyle Larson, he won the stage, DJ. He is now closed it a little bit closer to Chase Elliott for that second spot. And also Ryan Blaney gaining some points as well.
Yeah, and you see Hamlin, who I think has a lot of damage. I'm not sure he's going to factor in this, but there's a lot at stake for those drivers right there to try to get as much as they can. And if you can get as high as second, that's 10 playoff points that you gather.
Yeah, check back with me after this stage. Revisit this.
And by the way, if you want to know how close Brad and DJ are to the track with the Peacock pit box, this was the jet dryer. You guys didn't know we were rolling on this, did you?
No.
As you got a plume of smoke onto the pit box. So we've had a helicopter and now jet dryers.
Oh, it's been a great night.
It's fabulous.
The racing's been fantastic. Who never thought that both of our guys that were right there on the bubble would be involved in accidents so early in the first stage?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Very surprising to have two guys who had a possibility to go on to the playoffs, maybe win a championship. Those hopes are gone.
Lee, we're still cleaning the pit box down here, cleaning the desk off.
My hair got dusty again just a moment ago.
Hey, and let's not forget about poor Christine, one of our audio techs. She was right there in the middle of it as well. All right, back to it. On the track. Really good stop for Brad Keselowski. Cody Ware on his flank stopped a little earlier in the race. He wasn't on that cycle. But keep your eyes on Brad Keselowski. Down on that low side, bright orange car. Let's get ready to race in stage 2. Here in Daytona, Coke Zero Sugar 400. And Brad Keselowski is one of those guys needing to win to get into the 2025 playoffs. John Hunter Nemechek in the 42.
Look at this top 12. Look at all of the drivers that need to win this race if they're going to try to make the playoffs. That's the only way they can get in. They have track position now. Let's see if they can keep it.
The Arby's Ford for Rick Ware Racing. Cody Ware at the front of this pack, but for how much longer? Here comes Nemechek on the outside.
A lot of pushing on that outside. William Byron. Looking back on William Byron from the Pie Barker. Camera on Nemechek's car. Been a long-time supporter of John Hunter's.
And they've just renewed, too, their commitment to the team through 2026. So that's good. It goes all the way back to John Hunter Nemechek's truck days and going through next year's NASCAR Cup season. Cody Ware hanging tough on that low line.
Remember the car owner of this 51 car. Rick Ware, his son, behind the wheel. Oh, big push there from the 6. Aggressive.
First sighting of AJ Armendinger tonight. AJ is the second car on the high line.
Watch that middle lane. Let's see what happens right here. You saw they lost energy, but there's some good cars in it. Now the inside lane and the outside lane kind of spread apart. That gives a place for William Byron to go. And here he comes with energy from behind.
You got 4 Fords helping each other out on that low line with Ware and Keselowski. Josh Berry, Chris Buescher.
Doing this inside left, so the middle lane. I feel like at any moment it's going to get a ton of energy. Frank Keselowski pushing. That separates them. They get a big gap. That allows the guys behind him to pull in really quickly. Great job by Cody Ware. This team doesn't normally run in the front. He's doing it now.
Christopher Bell is going with that iconic scheme of the King with Eric Jones. Legacy Motor Club, the 43. So a couple of Toyotas working together there. Can Jones get with his teammate, John Hunter Nemechek, and do some good teamwork?
So Logano trying to get that inside lane, working on the bottom. Not much help behind him. Well, these Rex haven't slowed him down, and he hasn't. They are still aggressive.
49 laps to go this stage, over 50 laps. It would be a major stretch for anybody. I'm not saying no one's going to try it, but we expect this to be a fuel savings or a gas and go situation. The 6 of Brad Keselowski had some issues. Listen in.
It looks like we got 1.3 gallon. We're only a gallon short. We're only a half gallon short. We got like 1.3 in it, Brad. So decent, not bad.
So he was coming in for a gas and go. Take a look at this right here. Brad stops really short because he expects a car to come around him. The gas man's even sitting to the right of his pit box. But watch this. Brad comes in and then rolls and rolls and leaves. And I can't believe he got any gas in at all. Very lucky that the can didn't roll out. There's 78 coming around. That's what Brad was worried about. So we'll have to see if that being short on gas affects the 6th pit stop. Remember, what we have seen here in the past is it's all about the length of the green flag pit stops. That really makes the difference. Now, if you're asking yourself about Cody Ware, he's a guy that knows how to do it, right? In the last 5 races at Daytona, he has 2 finishes inside the top 10. This race last year, as well as this race back in 2022. So he's out there towing the line, burning more fuel, but getting a lot of experience, and may pay huge dividends at the end of this race when it's time to make a move.
Consumer Cellular on board. But we look behind Brad Keselowski at that Dex Imaging 21 of Josh Berry. Last year, he ended up upside down in a wild incident on the back stretch. Progressive telemetry there for Keselowski. But imagine for the Wood brothers, if they could go back-to-back when they won here a year ago in the hands of Harrison Burton.
Right along Brad Keselowski. Steve, wide open on the throttle. A little surprised by that.
Yeah, probably single file near the front. Probably the air not being pushed enough by just the 51. 190. There you go. A little part throttle at the end of the straightaway. There's Fred working a little fuel savings in. Still part throttle, kind of checking his mirror. We could compare him to maybe somebody further back in the pack, somebody who's too wide around the top, and see what they're doing. Look at William Byron. Here you go. Take a look at this. This is fuel savings 101. He's back there in the pack. He has a big air pocket. He's just cruising around part throttle.
Leader on the bottom line is the 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing. At Bass Pro Shops, Toyota Camry, Chase Briscoe. He's locked in. Briscoe says, pre this race, I feel that we are in a group and we're as good as anyone to go all the way to the championship for. We will see, and he is being pushed by Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick, remember how much damage there was to this car early in the race. They've done a great job fixing it. Able to stay in this draft. Actually, now he's going to lead it. He didn't want to be leading it, but now he's going to be in that position.
All right, we showed the telemetry of part throttle and wide open. We understand not pushing on the gas saves some gas, but how did these guys pull this off? So Thanks to our friends at iRacing for the Daytona Virtual Speedway. And we're going to take our lead car right here, 100% throttle, get about 5 miles, a little over 5 miles a gallon. So about 2 laps for every gallon. Let's go back in the pack a little bit further. We'll see a car 5 or 6 cars back. You see, he running 65% throttle, much like William Byron. Well, he can go over 6 miles per gallon. So an extra, say, quarter lap for every gallon of gas, which adds up over 20 and a half. How and why? Let's go back to the lead car. He's pushing all the air, pushing everything out of the way. So he's 100% throttle because he has 100% drag, meaning he's pulling and pushing the biggest parachute. In the back, you see the tunnel of air. He's 65% throttle because only about half as much drag on this car. So the resistance cut in half. So you ask yourself, if I lift off the gas on the interstate, cars go by me. Why don't they go by me here at Daytona, Jeff? Purely that draft. Further back in the pack, the air just tows you along.
It is so powerful, and that's why when we see a pack of cars, they are so much faster than a car running by itself. You can see them catching a car that was probably in. There you go. The car's damaged. Obviously, a lot of damage, but a car running by itself can't come close to running the pace that these cars could run in a big pack because of that draft.
Kim, tell us more about Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, he had a great shot there on the Xfinity Mobile onboard camera of Tyler Reddick. They did a lot of damage fixing. The splitter was pushed back and separated. The damage mostly was the ductwork from that contact with Gilliland early in the race. Crew Chief Billy Scott told Tyler the underbody damage was very similar to Richmond. They also that's a toe back right. Everything should be okay. He did say, though, it might not be great out front, but this is a perfect opportunity to remind people you can have damage here and still be in it. Unless you're on the wrecker back in the garage, there is a lot of racing left to do at Daytona.
Unfortunately, to your point, Kim brings up a good point. You have a chance, but you don't want to be leading that. You don't want to be the guy pushing the air with all that damage. 45 at this point has no choice. He just continues to look for a hole in the high lane if he's fortunate enough to pull in line.
And Justin Haley behind him would love to get in front of him, trying to make a pass and be the one lead that line.
Haley, who won this race in 2019. And he's one of a very special group to have won here in Daytona in both Xfinity and Cup competition.
Lap 54 of 160 here tonight at the Daytona International Speedway. Lap 19 of 60 in stage number 2. Cody Ware is our current race leader. Brad Keselowski scored in second. Josh Berry third. Chris Buescher fourth. And rounding out the top 5 in fifth is Ty Dillon. 6th is Daniel Suarez. Christopher Bell in 7th. Chase Briscoe 8th. Eric Jones in 9th. And 10th is Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson 11th after winning stage 1. William Byron in 12th, Tyler Reddick 13th, 14th is now William Byron. Michael McDowell up to 13th as the leaderboard changed on me. Ross Chastain in 15th, Tyler Reddick 16th now, Ryan Preece 17th, John Hunter Nemechek 18th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 19th, and Carson Hocevar in 20th. Cole Custer 21st, Joey Logano 22nd, Todd Gilliland 23rd, Austin Dillon 24th, AJ Allmendinger 25th, BJ McLeod 26th, Ty Gibbs 27th, Joey Gase 28th, Ryan Blaney 29th, Casey Mears in 30th. Lap down currently in 32nd, although Hill's about to go lap down off the lead draft. Zane Smith 33rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out of the race 34th. Everybody 34th on back is out. So Stenhouse 34th, Alex Bowman 35th, Bubba Wallace 36th, Noah Gragson 37th, Kyle Busch 38th, Austin Cindric 39th, and Riley Herbst 40th. Those drivers that are out of the race were all caught up in the big one, by the way. Some of those cars that were involved in the big one, like Hamlin and Smith, are off the lead lap with damage. Austin Hill, I think, was also involved in that. And he is about to fall a lap down. So they're in the race, but well off of the lead pack speed and struggling to stay in the draft as of right now. Yeah, 7 cars out of the race following the big one. Pretty much everybody that was involved in some capacity does not have the speed to stay up with the lead pack, which is crazy to me considering that the wreck that Tyler Reddick had, that he's still able to keep up in the draft. He's locked into the playoffs with Bowman out of the race. Bowman is not going to be able to outpoint Reddick out of the race before that. Reddick, in the earlier incident, hadn't gotten to the top 10 yet since. Reddick can still go for playoff points, so if he wins the race or wins a stage. Ty Dillon to the lead out in front of the field as they come back for commercial. Chevrolet Power on the bottom lane with Dillon. The two Spire Chevys of Justin Haley, Michael McDowell trailing just behind. Ford's on the outside right now of Cody Ware, Brad Keselowski still. Up to block the high side on the back straightaway is Ty Dillon as he had his shining moment of making it to the finals of the in-season tournament throughout the summer months. But if he can win a race and get into the playoffs, be back-to-back wins for the Dillon brothers. Austin last week at Richmond, and maybe Ty Dillon this week at Daytona. Ty Dillon is number 1 in the Cup Series. He is a former Truck Series champion some time ago, and he's made his rounds at the Cup level. This year, his first with Colleague Racing, a pretty successful one at that. So now the top 5 in the running order with Dillon in the lead. He's out in front. Second place is Justin Haley. Cody Ware third. Michael McDowell fourth. And Brad Keselowski is fifth. Ross Chastain 6th. Josh Berry 7th. Ryan Preece 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And Shane Van Gisbergen up in the top 10 for the first time tonight. Silent Al Scribe, welcome to the stream. Mostly double wide through this lead pack of cars. All the way back to where Reddick and Byron are on the racetrack side by side as they are in 19th and 20th. And some other drivers on the lead lap hanging out behind the lead pack of cars right now. Those drivers would include John Hunter Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger, Carson Hocevar, Cole Custer, Austin Dillon, BJ McLeod, Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, Joey Gase. They're just off of the lead draft in a pack of their own. Not running side by side with the top 20. Dillon doing some lane changing, but nothing too aggressive going from top to bottom right now. None of these lines that he has moved from top to bottom in have been close calls by any means. Huge head of steam for the outside drivers of Cody Ware, Brad Keselowski after Dillon pulled up in front of him in the tri-oval. While the Spire Chevys of Haley and McDowell starting to go backwards just a bit. Shane Van Gisbergen, the third car in line on the inside, I believe, behind the two Spire Chevys. Actually, that is the one of Ross Chastain. The other Trackhouse Chevrolet. Had the wrong one. SVG's on the top. I see him now. SVG's a 6th car in line up high. Yeah, 4 Fords on the outside behind Ty Dillon. Cody Ware, Brad Keselowski, Josh Berry, and Chris Buescher. And on the inside line behind the 771 and the 1 is the 60. SVG just moved down to the bottom now. And then Logano and Elliott. So not many cars down on that double yellow line. And Ty Dillon right back to the outside on the back straightaway. Exactly 100 laps to go in tonight's race at Daytona. Lap 26 of 60 still in stage 2, and everybody will have to pit at some point in time before the end of the stage. I don't think they're going to be able to save enough gas from pitting during the stage break to make it to the end. The lap times are pretty significantly slower than our fastest lap times of the race. Our race leader, Ty Dillon's fastest lap, 45.973, and the draft back in stage 1 at lap 17. He started 23rd. I was looking at the wrong category. The last lap Dillon just ran was a 48.776, so we are almost 3 seconds off the pace of the fastest lap for a lot of these drivers so far tonight. All in fuel saving measures to try to make it to the end of stage 2 or as close to it as possible. So that splash and go stop is a lot less, or a lot less time to top off on fuel if you stay long enough for this next upcoming pit stop. I'd be shocked if somebody tries to risk it in stage 2 trying to go this distance. It'd be quite the gamble if you run out of fuel and ruin your race in the second stage and not even have a shot to win it late. So in the past, we've seen kind of 3 lines while the fuel savings going on. Haven't really seen that so far in stage 2. Lap car of Zane Smith on the outside after heavy nose damage to his race car following the big one. Have to stay up on the outside near the wall. A couple cars scraggling along in that third line of Todd Gillen and Eric Jones further back. They were 4 wide for a brief moment before clearing into turn 3. Well, the blocks have been very easy for Ty Dillon because of the slower pace here at the front of the pack. And Ty Dillon kind of sets the pace as being the leader, and then everybody else can adjust accordingly in the draft. They're still able to save more fuel than the driver who's leading the pack, but you can definitely tell, again, Ty Dillon's back in the pace down. That last lap, now they were 49.162. Now we are well over 3 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the race. Wonder what mile per hour average they have. Last lap speed 183.068 miles per hour. And I want to see if they best lap is over 195 mile per hour average. So we are over 12 miles per hour slower a lap on average with the fuel saving measures that are going on. And maybe some drivers starting to push the pace all of a sudden, saying, hey, this is too slow. We can get some track position because now they're 3 wide. The Spire Chevys have split up. Haley to the outside, McDowell in the middle, and down low on the bottom, it is led by Ross Chastain in the 1. All 3 of those cars were in line on the bottom, and now they're in 3 separate lines leading the way. Cody Ware, who was leading at the beginning of the stage, is middle of row number 2. And then Josh Berry outside row 2, Ryan Preece, the push car, in the 60 down on the bottom, will shove Chastain to the lead into turn 3. So Chastain out in front of Ty Dillon. Shane Van Gisbergen looking for 3rd place. Both Preece and Chastain clear on Ty Dillon. They'll move high off turn 4. Halfway through stage 2 at the line this time by. Joey Logano back in the top 10 in the 22 Shell Pennzoil Ford Mustang. Only 4 cars down on the double yellow line now. They're definitely lacking numbers. It's a 22, 20, 19, and 99. SVG behind his teammate Ross Chastain at the front of the pack as they move down to the bottom. McDowell, Logano to the middle. 88-1 go up to block. Priest to the inside of Joey Logano out of 5th place, going for 4th into turn 3. Cody Ware will follow the 60 of Priest. Priest side drafts the 71 of Michael McDowell. Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, the other 2 RFK Fords closing in close behind Priest. Separated for a brief moment at the time. But all 3 RFK Fords are inside the top 10 at the moment. 25 positions gained since the restart for Chastain. About 30 for SVG, and now Van Gisbergen to the outside as he wants to take the lead of the race. I don't know if he's led on an oval this season or not, but he's out in front right now. I don't know that Priest is going to necessarily want that outside line getting too much in control of things. He was bump drafting Chastain pretty heavily down the back straightaway. Priest shoved wide off the exit of turn 4 into the middle groove. Finds himself in front of his teammate Chris Buescher. Cody Ware able to get underneath, and SVG on the outside line with McDowell able to keep the momentum forward, so Van Gisbergen will lead that last lap at the line. Can you imagine he gets his 5th win of the season here tonight at Daytona? First oval win. Unbelievable if that would be the case. Long ways to go from the finish, but great performance to this point for Shane Van Gisbergen. Second year he has ran the Summer Daytona event, part-time effort. This was one of his several starts last season. And obviously the start the Daytona 500 earlier this year. He finished outside the top 30 in both of his points-paying Daytona starts. Already locked into a better finish than that here tonight with the amount of cars out of the race following the DNF. And the amount of them back at stage 1 with the big one. Side by side for second between Chastain and Ware. SVG clear and in the lead. 3 wide on back behind them. McDowell Logano still leading that third line near the wall with Brad Keselowski behind the 22. Cody Ware back to the inside of our leader, Shane Van Gisbergen, off the exit of turn 4, coming to the stripe. Lap 70 at the line. We've got 90 laps left here at Daytona. Under the lights on a Saturday night for the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Top 10 in the running order has SVG in the lead, Ross Chastain in second, Cody Ware third, Michael McDowell fourth, Ryan Preece in fifth, Christopher Bell is sixth. Seventh for Chris Buescher, Joey Logano eighth, Chase Briscoe ninth, Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. You're listening live on KRC as our full live commentary coverage continues of the regular season finale. We'll have our diecast showing at the end of stage 2 as well, per usual with these live commentary streams. And again, that chat poll will close at the end of stage 2. So if you haven't voted for who you think is going to win tonight's race, be sure to do so you don't miss your chance there. Make sure your fantasy teams are locked up and set with your starting 5 before the end of stage 2 as well, which will be coming in about 25 laps from now. Three wide for the race lead for a brief moment entering turn 1. Cody Ware back out in front. It was SVG in the middle, and on the outside was McDowell. The 88 pulls clear of the 71 up high on the back straightaway now, and now it's just side-by-side for the lead. Van Gisbergen and Ware. Chase Briscoe was pushing Cody Ware most of the way down the back stretch, so he's second in line on the bottom. Van Gisbergen down to block the 51 all the way from the wall.
Into a nice cadence and rhythm here now in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Under the lights at the World Center of Racing, Shane Van Gisbergen leads with 24 to go in stage 2. Final race of the regular season. Can there be a different winner, a new winner, a 15th different winner this year? Or will it be a repeat winner and keep Alex Bowman, who is no longer in this race, in the playoff?
Alex said he was going to have to go watch it on television. He's going to be as nervous as anybody cheering on his Hendrick teammates or anyone who has seen Victory Lane this year would be okay with Alex Bowman at this point. This pack, though, Jeff, it's funny. There's a lot of games being played, but it seems like there's some frustration by some drivers, some pushing, some shoving, trying to get themselves in the right position for this last 22 laps.
Let's talk more about SVG. Here's Dave.
Lee, so interesting to see him out front in the middle there in that Red Bull car. Asked Stephen Dorn, his crew chief, this morning after those 4 road course wins, is this type of racing his second best discipline? And Stephen said, well, I don't know about that. He may not be able to, quote, see the air as people claimed Dale Earnhardt could do, but he's getting better and better at it. He's very good. We won't be super aggressive on our strategy, but every time Shane races these tracks, he gets better. What if he gets good at this too, Lee? Here it is.
First laps led on an oval since Atlanta earlier in the year. He said that short tracks have been his area of the greatest improvement. He needs to work on the 1.5 miles and the super speedways. Well, tonight, so far so good, Jeff.
Well, with 4 wins on road courses, he's locked into the playoffs. And a lot of people act like he can't advance, like he's not good enough. We just watched him last week at Richmond. He showed me he's good enough. He's improving. It is getting aggressive up here. That was close right there. Preece had to lift, but SVG to the lead with a teammate behind him. I don't think it's a given. I think that SVG can make it.
That was a perfect learning moment, right? SVG was a little non-committed to the top or the bottom, ended up getting put in the middle.
And look at the momentum he lost.
Yeah.
Not shuffle back, set back.
Yeah, and it will happen in a hurry in that kind of middle no man's land.
How about Cody Ware? In the Rick Ware Ford has just been at the front ever since we commenced this second stage and has been really stable, really smooth. And then Arby's Ford. Good stuff. He's got Chase Briscoe right behind. Then Christopher Bell. McDowell has been there. He's been ever present, Jeff.
And McDowell's so good on this type of racetrack. Spent some time with him this morning. he was excited about tonight. He said, "Hey, I was hired to this team to come win races, get them in the playoffs, and he feels they got a great shot."
Ross Chastain is towards the front, car number 1, center lane. Let's talk more about it with Marty Snyder. Marty?
Right in that middle line with that purple number 1 car. I just talked to Phil Surgeon a moment ago, his crew chief. They've been on lap 39. I said, can you stretch it? Can you driver stretch it to get you to the end of the stage? He said, no, we cannot. 20 to go here in stage 2. They will have to come to pit road. But if you go all the way to the very back of the pack, there is Ryan Blaney, who finished 3rd in stage 1. He pitted on lap 38. I asked Jonathan Hassler, is your driver saving enough, running around in the back there to make it to the end of the We'll see. It's going to be really close. So, Steve, are there teams trying to stretch it, in your opinion, with 19 to go in stage 2?
I think there are teams. They're getting better and better and better at calculating how much fuel's on board and how much they're using. Some will stretch it. The problem is, unlike a regular track where staying out is just a big advantage, here, if you pit with 8 or 10 cars and get the wide open throttle, you'll be so much faster than the cars that stay on the racetrack. You could just run them back down anyway. So I think these last 19 laps are going to be pretty fascinating. Why it really matters is because the next stage is 5 laps longer. So this is a little bit of a practice for the final run.
Keep an eye out for that Napa Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports. Chase Elliott, 3rd car, top lane. Familiar number 9, just ahead of Todd Gilliland. Now he ducks down to that middle lane. Now, speaking of Cody Ware, there is as much as a 9-lap disparity of when he pitted to, say, the likes of Joey Logano. So you'll see that Arby's Ford come to pit road sooner rather than later. He will not be able to go the distance.
Because last year right here, a big push to Logano all night long. We have been watching this. We've said it multiple times. He is not afraid to push. A bumper on that thing. It gets worn out on these drafting racetracks.
Nice run for Cole Custer. Look 4 cars back on the low line at Haas Factory Racing effort. The 41, he's in the mix and he's in a reasonable zone. Last time he pitted as well.
Remember early in the race, the bottom lane didn't work and the top lane did. And right there, it just reversed. The bottom lane's working and the top's not.
All right, with 17 to go in stage 2, let's have a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. Who has it? AJ Allmendinger. Bit of movement here. Briscoe goes to the front. Fell's going with him. A couple of Toyotas helping each other. A couple of teammates helping each other.
They split Ware, and nobody is going with him. Everybody just went on both sides of him, put him in the middle, and just left him.
It's go time. Whatever the strategy is, it seems like some are starting to employ it. So if you are going to stop under green, I would encourage my driver to run a couple of laps at absolute full song with aggression, pull up to the front of the pack, and then peel off.
We'll see how that works out. Quick break. We'll come back with 16 to go in stage 2.
Late in the second stage here of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Cole Custer now to the race lead. Ryan Preece has scored in second. Chase Briscoe and Christopher Bell for Joe Gibbs Racing down on the double yellow line on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get their way to the front. And we've got a couple of cars pitting this time. 4 of them coming to pit road exactly. It's like Michael McDowell, Ty Dillon, AJ Allmendinger, and Cody Ware are the 4 cars on pit road. This is going to be a very small pack, so when they get up to speed, they're not going to have the numbers in the draft that a lot of these others are going to have when they hit pit road. And how much longer will it be before the rest of the field comes down? We have we're halfway through the race, but we only have 15 laps to go in stage 2 for where we're at right now. 4 Fords lead the 2 HMS Chevys of Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Byron on the outside lane, also right there with his teammates in 6th. And passes are being made up at the outside lane of the racetrack. The leaders were able to jump up to the outside and kind of help that line along. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson leading the bottom are losing a little bit of ground. I haven't seen much speed out of the Hendrick Chevys tonight compared to what I saw in the Daytona 500 earlier this year. We've got problems. Carson Hocevar, I think, has just dropped an engine. There's some smoke coming out of the back of the 77 car. He was just tailing off of the lead pack, and some white puppy smoke coming out of it the last time by the front stretch. Still under green flag conditions for now. And will there be more cars coming into the pits this time? No, there is not. Hocevar's trying to make it back into the pits. He's only on the back straightaway, and he is running a very slow pace. Don't know that Hocevar is going to be able to make it all the way back into the pits here. Looks like he's going to stall out on the backstretch, and the caution flag will wave. Fifth caution of the night, our first caution in stage 2 as Carson Hocevar sits on the back straightaway apron towards the entrance of turn 3 after an engine detonation, and he was not able to make it back into the pits. We have about 13 laps to go in stage 2 with the caution coming out, so the teams will definitely be able to top off on fuel here and not have to pit under green.
Well, got lucky in stage 1, missing the big wreck, but his luck has run out.
Big Rick. No, I'm kidding.
Engine has expired on this 77. Fire out the pipes
Big
down
Rick.
the front stretch. Let's listen in.
It was acting like it was on. Throttle on.
Does not sound good. Anytime smoke isn't the answer of the driver, that's never a good thing. Let's see exactly what happened. Looks to me, Jeff, like some sort of instant engine issue. You're going to see him kind of go through the screen. You're going to see some sparks and then some smoke right there, right out the pipes.
It feels like this team in particular has had a fair amount of engine issues this year.
Yeah.
Right there, it completely expires.
That's like the third one I can recall.
Just cannot make it back around. So car stopped on the back straightaway. NASCAR is forced to throw the caution right in the middle of the pit sequence.
So now, in my mind, anybody who hasn't pitted is going to pit. Now, are you putting enough gas in to run the next 12 laps? Are you filling the thing up? I think there's going to be a different plan for each car that comes to pit road. There's a handful of cars, McDowell, Dillon, Allmendinger, and Ware, that have already pitted. They could stay out, kind of like a road course. They're not a lap down, and they'll just cycle to the front. You see the beat and battered Denny Hamlin machine, the white hood with a bunch of tape on board, the King's Hawaiian roll on board. He's going to be the free pass. So if you're a Denny Hamlin fan, want to know where your guy is that damage earlier, they've continued to persevere.
Or a King's Hawaiian fan.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of.
aren't we all?
But there may or may not be some up here in this booth.
Thanks to the AMR safety team, they've been busy tonight. Multiple incidents. They were there with Carson Hocevar as quickly as they could be. So at this point, 12 to go in stage 2. Been an eventful night here in Daytona. Last race of the regular season. And there are still some very hopeful drivers in this night where they know anything can happen. They knew that there was going to be chaos. The nature of super speedway racing. Win and you're in.
Pit road's definitely going to be busy.
Can't open pit road right here because the 77 has come to a stop on the entry of pit road, so they were not able to open it. There he is right there. You just can't bring all those cars down pit road with him sitting there.
Why didn't the push truck follow him all the way into the pits?
So it'll be very interesting. I can make an argument. If you're a must-win car, I think this is an absolute timing to put 4 tires and fill it up with gas, and now you're basically racing 76-lap race. If you are looking for points because of maybe your regular season points that you heard the guys in the pit box talk about, those guys, say like William Byron running second, he might take a splash of gas, try to go back on the racetrack and try to win this stage. There's an advantage for them. Let's listen in to Priest in the 60, currently running third.
I'm sure he was asking why I pulled out, but to follow him. he doesn't know how to push, or whenever he pulls up in front of me, he doesn't know how to lead. So he's not riding behind him.
We are told he was talking about the one of Ross Chastain. So some very direct thoughts there from Ryan Preece.
Well, it's funny because some guys just don't work well together, right? Or their cars don't work well together. Many times it's really hard to explain. Like I can push that guy, but you know, he may not be able to push me, so he's no good for me. I can't take advantage of him. I got to find somebody else.
We're not done with Daytona, but we're already looking ahead to next week for the Southern 500 weekend in Darlington. By the way, Xfinity is racing on the road course at Paulden in the Pacific Northwest. It's a busy graphic, but that's because there's a lot going on across Fox Sports, CW, True TV, and of course on USA as well. So busy weekend. Cup of Trucks kick off the playoffs. Still 2 races to go for the Xfinity Series. So busy weekend next weekend on either side of the country.
It's hard to beat a weekend at Daytona following it up with Darlington. It doesn't get much more historic than those two back to back. Love Darlington.
Going to have to be very clear with your communication to your driver. Multiple plans mean coming and going at different times.
Dave Burns is going to kick us off. Take it away, Davo.
William Byron staying out here. Remember, he started the day with a pre-race penalty and a lap down, but now running up at the front of the pack. Ryan Preece on your upper right there, he did pit. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires. Balance very good for that driver, Kim.
Balance also good for Cole Custer, bottom left. He said handling is good even at the end of the run, better than others. Maybe just a little snug mid-pack. But he probably the last time we'll take tires. Carney.
Jim in stage 2, Ross Chastain drove from 22nd up to 4th. Bill Surgeon said, any issues with the handling? He said, no issues at all. These were the cars that came to pit road. There were several, though, Lee, that did fail, as Dave mentioned, William Byron among them.
8 of them.
I've noticed there, Brad Keselowski towards the back of the pack, leaving pit road. What happened at RFK? Oh, stall.
Keselowski stalls coming out of the box. 8 drivers stayed out of the pits. 4 of them were the drivers who pitted under green before the caution came out. And we're already going to be good on fuel to the end of the stage. They did not fall a lap down at that point. They were able to get up to speed with the splash and go stop. They were quite a ways off of the lead, obviously, but back in it. Be Specific 18, welcome to the stream. Irina Sarah Regine Huddleston, welcome to the stream as well. Take another break. You're listening live on KRC, just past halfway in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Late in stage 2, again, fantasy lineups are going to be locking up shortly. Pulling on my fantasy team right this second. I believe Austin Cindric on my team, or was on my team, so I'm going to have to take him out. Had the 3 RFK Fords, and then I had the 3 Penske's. Played it pretty simple this week, and all of them are in but Cindric, so easy to take Cindric out. Cloud V3 is our current leader as the points stand for right now. And also as the points stand, our points leader, Monster Jam X10, is sitting 23rd. Came in with just a 46-point lead into the night on Evan 48-48. If the finishing results are where the drivers are running right now, 88 for Monster Jam X10 and 142 for Evan 48-48. So maybe there's a chance that Evan could steal it here. or anybody else who is just over 100 points back if they're able to make up enough, because obviously stage points going to be awarded here in stage 2, and I don't think that's factored into the live results as of right now. So we'll keep an eye on that KRC League. Again, our regular season finale tonight to see who will get the grand prize for those 2 tickets to any NASCAR race that they're choosing the following season. We're going to have 8 laps to go in stage 2 here tonight at the Daytona International Speedway. Hendrick Motorsports staying out of the pits in those top 3 spots. Ryan Blaney stayed out as well. And then the 4 that hit pit road before the caution, Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell, AJ Allmendinger, and Todd Gilliland. Green flag back in the air. Byron Elliott front row. Larson outside of row 2 behind Byron. Blaney is behind Elliott down on the bottom. All those guys are going to have to pit at the end of the stage, but they're going for the stage win and more stage points. Byron locked into the regular season championship already, so he's strictly looking for the stage win, while the 9, 12, and the 5 are battling for seeding. And the 71 and the 22, who have fresher tires, are just in line behind them. I should say the 22 has fresher tires, not the 71. Larson not going to work with his teammate anymore. Made an evasive move to get down to the bottom in front of his other teammate, Chase Elliott. So now Byron still leads the top with McDowell behind him, but Larson's going to lead the bottom. Larson won stage 1 already, so he's trying to sweep the stages tonight at Daytona. Be a solid points day so far. Larson big loose out of the tri-oval after a push from Elliott nearly goes wrong. Top 3 cars are now single file all of a sudden getting into the next corner. Logano thought about hopping out of line down to the bottom on Larson, but Larson closed the gap quickly, and now the 22 and the 5 are side by side for 3rd. Obviously, with the inside line having to stack up following a nearly bad push by Elliott and Larson, Blaney backs up in the running order quite a bit after staying out of the pits. And the same for Ty Dillon and others on that inside line behind the 5. Logano peeking out of line again. This time he does go for it. He was clear of Larson, and Logano would take over second, getting by Michael McDowell. Byron down to block the 22 and back to the outside in front of the 71 into the tri-oval. 6 laps to go on the stage. The racing is aggressive again. 71 hung out of line on the outside as he went wide. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but nobody goes with him, and McDowell will go to the back of the lead pack. Falling from a shot to win the stage all the way to the tail end. He's not going for stage points anyway. He needs a win to get into the playoffs, so maybe that could have been intentional with what was going on in front of him. Logano to the lead on the backstretch. Crossover by Byron from top to bottom. And now the 3 Hendrick Chevys are lined up on the inside. 24, then the 5, then the 9. The 19 is the one to push the 22 of Logano off turn 4 on the high side, with Chastain and Suarez for Trackhouse Racing just behind them. Logano leads at the line one of the few times that we've seen the 22 car up at the front. Big block by Logano. Got a bit sideways. The 19 crosses over to the inside. And Briscoe looking for his second lead of the night. He's got it. He's got no other Toyotas anywhere near him at the front of the field, though. Byron clear on Logano. Moves back to the outside. We'll see if he gets to the bottom in front of his teammate Larson. For right now, he stays with Logano. Joey getting a push by the 1. To the outside goes Logano and Byron. Larson thought about going up the middle. No gap enough to make a move for second for Larson, so he stays hooked onto the back of his teammate in the 24. Lap car, Denny Hamlin, down on the inside of the racetrack off turn 4, so both lanes of traffic will go wide. And into the tri-oval, they will be able to clear Hamlin effectively. 4 laps to go now in the race for stage 2. And a lot of drivers locked into the playoffs are going for this playoff point up at the front of the field. I believe the top 7 are all drivers with wins. Briscoe, Logano, Byron, Larson, Elliott, Blaney are all up there. Bell as well. Briscoe to the top side of the track down to try to cover the 22 of Joey Logano again. Byron getting a push from Larson at the head of the inside line. Byron not able to pull alongside the 19 on entry into turn 3, but he is still underneath the 22 for second place. Briscoe mirror driving and blocks both lanes simultaneously off of turn 4. Now stays back to the outside again. Logano trying to sneak maybe to the outside of the 19 car, but not enough room. He'll have to just push the 19 out of the tri-oval instead. And the 19 is clear and moves down to the bottom in front of Byron on the double yellow line entering turn 1. Byron clear for second, moves up in front of Logano. The 19 mirrors and does the same. The 5 of Larson leads the inside. Chase Elliott going to try to give him a push on the back straightaway again. We'll see if it'll be more effective this time. Byron to the inside of his teammate. Should say inside in front of his teammate. Trying to make a move for second again on Joey Logano. He's not able to clear the 22 car, though. Briscoe to the outside to try to clear and block the 22. The 22 splits around the 19. The 24 to the bottom. And nobody to help Chase Briscoe in the middle line. 2 to go in the stage. Larson up the middle now. He's going to hang his teammate out. I don't think that's going to work out for him. The 1 and the 22 are very tightly together. Nobody went with Larson. Too aggressive, too early for Larson. Wrong timing situation for Briscoe. They both go to the back of this lead pack and out of the top 10. Elliott, Byron leading the bottom, but now the top 4 cars are clear on the outside. That would be Logano, Chastain, then Preece and Bell. Chastain has pushed the 22 car well out ahead of the rest of the pack. Maybe a little too much. Preece had a run. Chastain blocks the 60 of Preece. And now Chastain to the outside of the 22 of Logano into the tri-oval. Big block by Logano, barely clear at the line. 1 lap to go in the stage. Blaney finds himself in the middle, about 3 rows deep. Preece hops in line right in front of him. So maybe they're trying to get something going. William Byron cleared out of the middle groove of the racetrack. He moves in front of Preece, and now the 9 of Elliott is all alone underneath him. Byron with a run on the back straightaway to the back of the 22. He'll push him for now. Chastain also getting a shove on the outside by Christopher Bell out of nowhere, who's up to 4th. And it'll be Chastain and Logano, 2 of the most aggressive drivers in the series today. Off of turn 4 will drag race for the stage 2 win as they come to the stripe. Chastain with a full advantage, and he will hold on. Ross Chastain wins stage 2 at Daytona. That was a wild 8-lap sprint with Chastain getting it done. Christopher Bell in second. Logano fell to 3rd. 4th for William Byron. John Hunter Nemechek sneaks in out of nowhere with a top 5. Ryan Blaney in 6th. 7th for Chase Briscoe. Ryan Preece 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. And again, 1 point per position for those stage 2 top 10 results. And as for Ross Chastain, picking up the stage win, that is going to be just the 2nd stage win of the year for Ross. He was not in the top 10 in points coming into the night. And mathematically, it wasn't looking very likely for him to get into the top 10. He was 50 points behind Bubba Wallace with 3 drivers in between himself and him. Buescher, Logano, and Preece. So this playoff point, along with the other stage win earlier in the season, the race win, might be all Chastain has for when the playoffs start next week, unless he gets 5 more for winning the race here tonight, which could still happen. Very much in contention. And Chastain, I believe, was one of the drivers who came in and topped off on fuel. So they came to pit road, they topped off, and they also won the stage. So that's the best position to be in right now if you are a fan of or the driver or crew members working for the number 1. Good showing for Trackhouse tonight. SVG was able to lead some laps in there. Chastain wins stage 2. Suarez was leading a lot in stage 1. Suarez back in 19th right now. SVG 20th. But they've all had their time out in front at some point during the course of this race. 24 lead changes in our first 95 laps of action out of 160. Final stage 65 laps in length for tonight's race. We will end the chat poll as we have reached the end of stage 2. 71 of you voted for who you think will win tonight's race. 50% taking somebody other than Blaney, Busch, or Keselowski for the win. Blaney at 21%, Keselowski at 11%, and Kyle Busch only 16% of the votes, though Busch out of the race. He's the only one of those options that is done for the night. Busch will not make the playoffs for the 2nd consecutive year. And also for the 2nd consecutive, at least regular season, winless for the driver of the number 8. Busch will end up with a 34th place finish. I do believe Busch is actually back on the racetrack. He just returned to the track late in stage 2. Because I believe he was either 37th or 38th before. Now he's 34th, and he's 4 laps ahead of Stenhouse, Bowman, Walls, Gregson, Cindric, and Herbst, who are still either in the garage area or packed up on the hauler headed home.
Please help us squeeze out childhood cancer. Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by Coke Zero Sugar, fan work is thirsty work. Back here at Daytona, and the 24 is in. Dave, tell us more.
He's on pit road when it's closed. That will be a penalty. He'll have to go to tail end of the longest line when they come back. But he was so close on fuel. Remember, he pitted last on lap 38, so he was almost out, Parker.
And Chase Elliott failed to get stage points there in their tight battle for second in the regular season point standings. He's going to get 4 tires and fuel. Reported the car that he was very happy with the handling. Thought he could be aggressive even on those older tires.
Hey, you look good at the end of that second stage.
Yeah, so what their penalty for pitting when pit road is closed, as Dave said, is they'll have to start at the tail end of the longest line.
And basically, they pitted because they thought they would run out of gas to run one more caution lap. And that penalty, you could lose a lap. Like if you coast to a stop on the backstretch, and, they'll push you in, but, by the time they push you around here, you could easily lose a lap.
So just using that second stage as an example, that's what Alex Bowman wants to see, meaning an already guaranteed playoff driver winning the whole thing. And that means the 48 will make its way in. If you're just joining us, Alex Bowman was caught up in a big wreck earlier in this race in stage 1, along with 11 other drivers, and his car was too damaged to continue. So on the points that he's accumulated so far, he would be in. But if there is a fresh winner, he will be out.
Yeah, Alex Bowman told us after exiting the infield care center that he was going to be watching. That's going to be nerve-wracking for sure.
Yeah.
Busy pit road. Expect most everyone to come in.
Dave Burns is standing by. Dave, take it away.
And big Rick Rozier, who showed me how to fuel this week, he will fuel John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 upper left there. They'll go on a count, no tire change there. Joey Logano is going to get right side and left side tires, plus full of fuel. His car was free, Kim.
Adam Stevens giving his driver Christopher Bell the option fuel only or right. Percent right. I need some grip. They also tightened it up because it was edgy when the pace picked up.
Putting the save cross testing on his breath. He said, man, that is not fun being pushed like that. I'm waiting for you up front. But you saw the team leave, or Ross leave too early then to push him back in the stall and finish fueling the car.
It's messy between the 12 and the 1. A couple mistakes.
Stage 3 coming up.
Going dubstep to break on NBC. All right. Ross Chastain losing some time on pit road. Kind of a lengthy stop. Sounds like Ryan Blaney and the 12 team lengthy stop as well. Though for Blaney, they were going to have to take more fuel anyway because they stayed out of the pits during the caution before that to get some stage points. They finished 6th in the stage, so they got 5 points out of it. Pretty solid points night for the 12 team because I believe they were 3rd at the end of stage 1 as well. So 13 stage points total. As again, they could finish as high as 2nd in the regular season standings at the end of the night. So Ross Chastain, not the leader anymore, as it looks like our leaderboard has just now updated as the race leader got back to the start-finish line. It is William Byron trying to go for the Daytona sweep. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I am pretty sure, and I'd like to say I know my NASCAR history, I believe the last driver to sweep both the Daytona 500 and the Summer Daytona race in the same season was Jimmy Johnson in 2013. So it has been 12 years since the last time somebody has won both Daytona Cup races in the same season. Byron's got a shot at history to do that here today, and if he does, it'd be his 4th win in the NASCAR Cup Series here at Daytona in the last 12 races. His first in 2020. First of his career, in fact. Summer race that year. Of course, the last 2 Daytona 500s. It'd be the third win at this racetrack in the last 4 races, nonetheless. For Byron, if he's able to win today, that'd be an impressive streak. He's probably led more laps tonight than what he had led for most of the Daytona 500 earlier this year as well. He's led on a couple of occasions. Only 5 laps led, but he didn't lead many earlier this spring. And he's out in front now for the final stage. So with the end of stage 2 being upon us right now, it's time for our diecast showing. I found out in the trivia earlier, I couldn't figure out who won the 2000 Pepsi 400 at Daytona. That was the last driver that I needed help with on the race win side of things with our trivia in the pre-race. So found out it was Jeff Burton. Why not? Jeff Burton's in the broadcast booth tonight. Here is a Jeff Burton diecast showing for this evening. Here we go. So this is his Sitco car, and I believe this is actually from the 2000 season. Just check the bottom of the diecast to verify, and it is. So it's the 2000 season. Same year he won the Pepsi 400. Sitco paint scheme. I think a very underrated paint scheme. Jeff Burton had some good ones over the years. This was probably my favorite from his days of driving the 99 at Roush Fenway Racing. Back through the 90s into the early 2000s. Number 99 was my number when I was racing when I was growing up too, so always kind of secretly pulled for the number 99. Always cool to see them go to victory lane, whether it was Burton or Edwards over the years. Daniel Suarez at Atlanta, Sonoma, he's had a couple wins in the number 99. So that is our diecast showing for tonight's Daytona Summer event. Thoughts about doing movie reactions, NASCAR movie? No, I don't. I've seen pretty much all of them. So it wouldn't be like a first time ever watching kind of situation. I would like the reaction to be authentic. Yeah, NASCAR wise, I mean, I've seen a lot of them. I've seen Stroker Ace. That one I watched at a pretty early age because that was my grandpa's favorite racing movie. Of course, Days of Thunder, Talladega Nights, Cars. It's pretty much all the big ones.
I'm not intimidated by the fact that they're this far back after that penalty a moment ago from pit road. He restarted 18th in stage 2, diff 1. Stage 2, we'll see if Ross Chastain can do it again at his home race. He used to come here as a fan in the stands. Maybe he can win his first ever Daytona Cup race.
This restart right here, Dip. I'm not worried about the ones penalty because every car you see right there, single file, is technically under penalty. Pit road is closed when they come to one to go. So you know it's tail end. Everybody came in to put fuel in their car, basically the back half of the field. It'll be interesting to see what NASCAR does. It's a little messy. We got the front 5 or 6 rows organized. Then the 88's trying to figure out where he should be in the 5. There really should be a very large line of single file cars. You cannot double up. If you double up right here, you're going to be under penalty. So we're going to see if NASCAR makes sure everybody's in the right spot. It seems like it looks right with so many single file cars. All of those cars chose to come in and get a little more gas.
Ready to start stage 3 of the...
All right, here we go. Green flag back in the air. Final stage underway. Christopher Bell is the race leader out in front of the field. John Hunter Nemechek trying to keep that top 15 streak alive for points paying races at Daytona. He's got his teammate at Legacy Motor Club just behind him, Eric Jones, who got his first career win here back in 2018 in this very race. Austin Dillon, another former winner of the race, down on the bottom, trying to win for the second consecutive week. Joey Logano right back in contention again after leading late in stage 2, finishing third at the end of the stage. Chris Buescher in the 17, Ryan Preece in the 60 are the second and third cars in line on the outside trying to push Bell, the leader. Quite a few of the Toyotas were taken out in incidences. Reddick, that early incident before the big one, and then during the big one, Denny Hamlin had quite a bit of damage. That's why we haven't seen him at all. Bubba Wallace was DNF'd from that wreck. Riley Herbst was taken out in that incident. So the Toyotas have been very split apart for most of the race, as a result of which the only ones that actually remain in this one without any damage would be the two Legacy Motor Club Toyotas of Nemechek Jones, then Bell, Gibbs, and Chase Briscoe. So 5 competitive ones left, and they haven't really been connected close together for most of the race since that incident as well, until now, with 3 of them in the top 3, and the 2 Legacy teammates as mentioned already. Ty Gibbs is just behind them in 7th, hanging on in the top 10. And Tyler Reddick, despite the damage to his race car, is in the top a dozen. Leave just outside the top 10. No, I had it wrong. He's 21st, but he is in the lead draft. And we did see him up in the top 15 for a brief moment, albeit that was during fuel-saving measures, so that might have been why he was able to drive up there. Under full power, I don't think he's going to have quite as much speed. Problems for Casey Mears on the 66. Again, more sparks out of the right side of that race car. He was able to keep control this time off the exit of turn 2. Tail end of the pack. NASCAR going to keep it green, so hopefully Mears can get back into the pits. Oh boy, tire went down. He was underneath the Todd Gilliland, barely able to keep it from making contact with both the 34 of Gilliland as well as the 78 of BJ McLeod getting by. 66 did make contact with the wall, but it was after those 2 cars got by his outside first. No debris laying around on the racetrack, so again, we do stay green. Straight back into the fuel-saving measures yet again, like we saw at the beginning of Stage 2, where the pace has dropped off about 2 to 2.5 seconds slower than the fastest laps of the event. 55 laps to go this time by in the race. Nemechek and Jones locking bumpers on the double yellow line. Three cautions for incident back at Stage 1, only 1 in Stage 2, and that was the Carson Hocevar engine failure, and then the failure to get back into the pits. Still sitting at 30 cars on the lead lap. Nearly that many, 27. 27 cars on the lead lap. On track right now, we have 34 on the track. First car lap down is the 11 of Denny Hamlin in 28. Casey Mears, who just hit pit road, fell off of the lead lap again moments ago. Bell, Nemechek side by side for the lead up at the front of the field. Nemechek will get scored as the leader this time by at the line. Eric Jones will be actually in second, pulling behind him. Then Christopher Bell in third, Chris Buescher fourth, Austin Dillon in fifth. Ryan Preece is sixth, Ty Gibbs seventh, Josh Berry eighth, Joey Logano ninth, Shane Van Gisbergen in 10th. 11th for Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson 12th, Brad Keselowski 13th, Cole Custer 14th, Justin Haley 15th. BJ McLeod 16th, 17th for Cody Ware, Chase Elliott 18th, Ty Dillon 19th, and 20th is William Byron. AJ Allmendinger in 21st, Tyler Reddick 22nd, 23rd Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain 24th, Todd Gilliland 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Ryan Blaney 27th, then Denny Hamlin in 28th, Casey Mears 29th, Joey Gase 30th, Austin Hill 31st, Zane Smith 32nd, Carson Hocevar 33rd, Kyle Busch 34th, 35th for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Alex Bowman 36th, Bubba Wallace 37th, Noah Gragson 38th, Austin Cindric 39th, and Riley Herbst rounds out the 40-car field. A couple cars going 3 wide on the outside lane back at the tail end of this lead pack. Trying to rush forward through the pack with guys running part throttle, a chance to maybe gain some track position and then run part throttle themselves once they get that said track position. They got closed off pretty quickly, though. Kyle Larson's actually 3 wide middle, and I think he's the only car 3 wide middle. Keselowski's underneath him. And troubles, it looks like, for Denny Hamlin in the 11, as his right front tire's down. It looks like might have cut a tire following debris to the right front of the race car. And he's going to be stopping towards the end of the front stretch. '66 is slow, trying to get back to pit road as well, off turn 4 yet again. Caution flag is out. as Hamlin's only in turns 1 and 2. He was never going to make it all the way back around at a decent enough pace. 7th caution of the night. Our 5th per incident when you don't count the 2 stage ends, and our first of stage 3. This is putting us very tight on the fuel window to the end of the race. I still think we're outside the fuel window, unless we go into save mode and everybody comes down to top off here. Probably going to be some guys gambling, maybe trying to push the pace, stay out knowing they can't make it to the end still. An interesting situation, to say the least. Well, Hamlin was in the free pass spot, but because he's the cause of the caution, nobody will get the free pass position. Casey Mears just came to pit road again, which would have been the next car behind him. Then Joey Gase, 3 laps down in 30th, would be the next driver for position behind Hamlin. Been riding around for most of the night. Right front tire really starting to come apart on that number 11. It already was before. Dragging more parts and pieces as he stays out of the pits again there. And it looks like there's a fire underneath the right front. As well. I'm not sure why he stayed out of the pits that last time around. Is he trying to extend the yellow for his Toyota buddies at the front of the pit? No, I don't think that that's what's going on. At the same time, though, I don't know exactly what's going on either. Pit road probably going to be open next time by. I'd expect most of the field to come in, but again, I don't think they'll be able to make it to the end of the race from here. We've seen fuel situations already throughout the summer with teams being able to extend the fuel runs longer than expected. So maybe it shouldn't come as a surprise that we may see the same here. Well, what's left of the tire, Hamlin now back onto pit road. Hamlin staying inside the race car, going to try to keep him in the race. No stage points tonight for Denny with being involved in the big one back at the end of stage 1. Came into the day 3rd in the regular season standings. Elliott, Larson, Blaney, Bell, they all got some semblance of stage points tonight. Probably going to get a pretty good finish. I think Hamlin's going to drop from 3rd to 6th in the regular season standings at the end of the night. It's going to be 3 playoff points lost for him, 1 point per position there. More than likely would be the case. Especially if those drivers that I mentioned that were in that 2nd to 6th range that aren't Denny Hamlin get even halfway decent finishes. 50 laps to go under caution in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Waiting for pit road to open up. Did not that time buy. I'm sure the next time it definitely will be then. Top 10 in the running order right now under the caution. Before pit stops would be Nemechek in the lead, Eric Jones 2nd, Austin Dillon 3rd, Christopher Bell 4th, Joey Logano 5th, and Chris Buescher 6th, Chase Briscoe 7th, Ryan Preece 8th, Josh Berry 9th, and Kyle Larson in 10th. Showing the active drivers in the field tonight, they got their first career wins in this very race. Summer Daytona event since 2018, we've seen 4 of them get their first career wins. Harrison Burton obviously active, but in the Xfinity Series, not the Cup Series full-time this season. Won this race a year ago. The defending winner not even in the race this year.
Means that this race has seen for the last 15 years a different winner every time. Who might it be tonight, Dave?
Lee John Hunter Nemechek needs to win to get into the playoffs. His fueler is down. Big Rick goes down after fueling the car. Yeah.
Fuel only for Austin in the top right. They're going to pack it full. Said Max Day. Christopher Bell will take tires. He wanted that extra grip. Eric Jones also in for fuel, just trending a little loose on that 43.
This is great. I love this moment. Just everybody feels they have a chance. It's different for the guys who are already in. But what about John Hunter Nemechek? Desperation, desire, victory in sight.
I don't know about that, though. I would assume that's equipment out of the box. The fueler did not let go of the can the entire time, but he ended up getting drug himself out of the box. So, yeah, I would assume that's going to be a penalty for John Hunter. He tried. Kind of a slower pit stop waiting on gas anyway as well. Sitting at 30 lead changes in tonight's race at Daytona. Still 50 laps to go. Just over 2 hours and 15 minutes into this one. Slow start back in stage 1 with the 3 early cautions in those first 27 laps. Now sitting at 31 lead changes with the change of the lead on pit road. This caution for Denny Hamlin is the first caution of the stage. 7th of the race, 5th for incident of the race. And again, we are at lap 112 of 160 in this 400-mile event. So from earlier on in the race, just to recap the point situation, if you missed the start of the event, Tyler Reddick got involved in an incident early in stage 1. It was looking like his chances of outpointing Alex Bowman were not going to be very high. Just then, for laps later, the big one to strike involving Alex Bowman. Bowman taken out of the race entirely. Reddick is still on the lead lap and on the track in the race. Therefore, Bowman will not be able to outscore Reddick on points. He came in 29 below him. So in the event of seeing our 15th different winner of the season, Alex Bowman will be bumped from the playoffs following such. We don't get a new winner. It'll be Reddick and Bowman in on points. Tyler Reddick is already advanced on points mid-race because of the Bowman incident. So it's either Bowman or somebody new with a win getting into the playoffs here tonight after Daytona.
This race is all about keeping your head in it.
Chris Briscoe just raced his way into the playoffs. if you have never been to Darlington and it's within reach, next weekend, Labor Day weekend, go. Last year was my first time there and I was blown away. The history really grips you. It's a really special place. And as Jeff said earlier in this broadcast, to go from Daytona to Darlington, what a couple of weeks. We're going to cap the regular season here. It's the beginning of the NASCAR Cup Series 2025 playoffs next weekend in Darlington, USA. Countdown to green starts at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Going to be a huge weekend. Let's get some updates from pit road. Marty, you kick us off.
Yeah, how about Ryan Blaney, the next to last car on the lead lap? So what Jonathan Hasser is going to do here is he's going to bring Blaney back down pit road when they get one to go. He's all the way back in the 26th position. On the first stop from the cycle, they took brand new tires. Hasser's point is if we top off with one to go, you can run hard right from the beginning. We'll be good on fuel, Kim.
Well, Marty, we talk about the importance of spotters at super speedways, and for Christopher Bell, he cycled through a couple of different spotters this year, started with Stevie Reeds, then used Matt Philpott, and then landed with Tab Boy in the middle of the summer. But this is their first super speedway race together. So Tab told me they sat down this week, they rewatched super speedway races, they listened to audio so he could figure out what Christopher needs. He is confident up on the spotter stand, though. Tab with over a dozen wins on super speedways, Dave, across 3 different series.
Kim had a chance to talk to Rick Rozier just a second ago, and he was beside himself, so upset that that fuel stop had gone wrong. Remember, they didn't put tires on the 42 car of John Hunter Nemechek. So when they have received a penalty for that fuel can going outside of the pit box, they're probably going to come back down here and put tires on the car. We'll see what happens. But Rick, just so upset that that went wrong. Parker.
And Dave, similar to what Marty reported on Ryan Blaney there for AJ Allmendinger, who's right now currently in second. They're going to pit when they get to one to go here so they can go as hard as they can with the fuel they'll have in that car. You'll also see the 51 of Cody Ware and the 99 of Daniel Suarez. All 3 of those cars in a must-win position if they want to make the playoffs. They're going to top up full of fuel here at the one to go, as you see them on pit road.
A busy pit road at one to go with pit road closed. The penalties just tail end. So much like the last restart, we're going to have just an enormous line of single file cars behind the field. You see the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek changing tires now.
Tommy?
Yeah, Lee, same move for Phil Surgeon and Ross Chastain here. So they are weighted that entire time. They were actually 4th on the track when they came down pit road. They're taking their tires here, getting enough fuel to what they think to go all the way. And as we promised, Jonathan Hassel brings Ryan Blaney down. Just going to top them off with fuel here. So it's going to be interesting, Steve. You think these teams that with one to go will have a little bit of an advantage here on this restart?
Well, I think they're going to feel like they have an advantage if it runs green, but we have a long ways to go. I'd be just shocked if they can all mind their P's and Q's from here to the finish. But that's basically what they're doing. These cars, we're only talking a couple caution flag laps, 2 or 3, depending on the car. But that's enough that maybe you're just going to save a little gas for a while. If you're Ryan Blaney, you don't have to save gas. You try to hope to catch the field kind of cruising around. These drivers are asked to do a whole lot of these pack races anymore. It's more than just picking the right line and trying to figure out who has the momentum. It's also managing the tires, managing the gap, managing your teammates, managing the fuel. Jeff, it's a pretty long laundry list.
It really is. And on top of that, winning this race means that you move along, chance to win this race and go to the playoffs. Let's listen to what Austin Dillon and his team are discussing.
Like if we go hard the whole time, we're not making it, is that right? Really, really hard. So gotta be mindful of that. We're between one and the end, so we're stuck here. You know what I mean? Like we need to keep our track position, and if we're in a situation where we're going to fight on fuel, we're going to hope we get some confidence to help us.
So go fast. Don't give up track position. Save fuel.
Yeah.
That's it. Just do that. It's easy.
Well, for that reason, there's Richard Childress, owner of RCR. This is why the restart looks the way it does. You see about 10 rows to 2 and then 15 or 18 cars single file.
Joey Logano and last weekend's winner, Austin Dillon, lead them back to green. Kyle Larson tucks in behind the RCR racer. And here we go. 45 left. It was a thoroughly enjoyable night in Richmond a week ago. And for those fans of RCR and Austin Dillon, your man got there. And it was quite poignant when he said post-race, I want to thank my grandfather, Richard Childress, for sticking with me through these tough times and not choosing a different driver. And midweek, Richard Childress said, you know, it goes beyond him just being my grandson. He said, he's a heck of a racer. And we never even thought about that. He's worked just as hard as we have.
And remember, Austin Dillon has won a truck championship and Xfinity championship.
Yeah, no one's ever hit the trifecta. A few have come close. Greg Biffle also won first two. Never was able to do it at the cup level.
Oh, we enjoyed this ride with Dylan. Pick your way through those guys who feel they have a chance. Eric Jones in the 43, Chris Buescher in the 5th, the 17, Justin Haley in the 7. They're at the front of this pack, and they need to be at the very front of this pack when the checkered flag comes out.
It goes deeper. Priest in the 60, Custer in the 41, Keselowski in the 6, Gibbs in the 54, Dillon in the 10, McDowell in the 71. This top 15 is littered with guys that have a chance to win this race.
Before the green flag dropped earlier this evening here in Florida, guys outside that cutoff line, there were 2 Cup champions, 2 Daytona 500 winners, and 3 summertime Daytona 500 3 summertime Daytona winners. That just shows the depth of this field and what's on the line here tonight.
And we thought we were going to have a points battle between Reddick and Bowman, but a couple accidents. Reddick in the first, Bowman in the second, basically locked Reddick in on points. So now the question is very simple. It's either Bowman or a new winner. That will set the playoff field.
And Bowman has nothing he can do. He's just sitting, watching television, hoping the wrong guy didn't win.
Both the Legacy Motor Club Toyotas have looked good tonight. Look at that 43. And a tribute to the King in those STP colors. Just a moment ago, Jeff mentioned Brad Keselowski in with a shot. Let's have another listen to TJ Majors. There's TJ, bottom box.
1.5 is hard front.
You see the frustration when we went to him?
1.5, 1.5. Hard front. Still 1. Still lined up outside, 2 by 2 here. 71, 1, and all lined up with you. Hard front.
Keep an eye out on that top lane for the monster Toyota Camry of Ty Gibbs. We have not seen a lot of Ty tonight. He's pitted on lap 111. He runs in 10th. There he is right there, tucked in behind Josh Berry, ahead of Tyler Reddick.
I mentioned that frustration about the spotter of the 6 because I think he sees the organized 2x2 and knows there's nowhere where his boss is going to go. Right? Brad is just going to basically, ride along right here at the bottom lane and has to just patiently wait for handling to come in or people start making moves. Jeff, there's just, there's nothing he can do right now. Now, if you get lackadaisical, you can go backwards. It'll take you 3 wide and you can lose spots. So you have to defend, but there's just not a lot of offense going forward.
3 wide is tight at this racetrack. I know a lot of people think of Daytona being a very wide racetrack, but it is nowhere near as wide as Talladega. 3 wide it is a heavy workload.
Is your favorite driver not yet locked into the playoffs? Well, they still have a chance if they're still in this race. 31.9 to go here in Daytona.
Down to 38 now as they cross the stripe again. Joey Logano leads Austin Dillon. Justin Haley in third. Eric Jones fourth. Kyle Larson in fifth. And Ryan Preece is sixth. Seventh place for Chris Buescher. Josh Berry in eighth. Ty Gibbs 9th. Chase Briscoe 10th. 11th for Tyler Reddick. Cole Custer in 12th. Chase Elliott 13th. Brad Keselowski 14th. Christopher Bell 15th. 16th for Michael McDowell. Ty Dillon 17th. William Byron 18th. Daniel Suarez 19th. And 20th, John Hunter Nemechek. BJ McLeod 21st. Ross Chastain 22nd. Cody Ware 23rd. Shane Van Gisbergen in 24th. AJ Allmendinger 25th. Todd Gillen 26th. Ryan Blaney last car in the lead lap at 27th. Then Denny Hamlin 28th is the first car lap down. Joey Gase 29th. Austin Hill in 30th. Casey Mears in 31st. Zane Smith 32nd. Carson Hocevar in 33rd. Kyle Busch staying on the racetrack for another 23 more laps. Will actually take over 33rd from Hocevar, but right now Busch is 34th. And then everybody 35th on back also out of the race along with the 77. 35th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Alex Bowman 36th, Bubba Walls 37th, Noah Gragson 38th, Austin Cindric 39th, and Riley Hurst rounds out our 40-car field for this evening. Final stage, and we're down to 37 laps to go and counting, with Joey Logano leading the way. Kyle Larson on the bottom trying to move forward at the front of the field. On the inside, he's got Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe behind them. A little bit of fuel saving going on right now, but not as much as what we saw back at some points in stage 2 when they were 3 seconds off the pace. They're just about 7 to 8 tenths of a second off of the fastest times right now. So a little bit of saving. They're really going to be stretching this window to the end if they do make it on fuel, and I don't think everybody's going to make it. I'd be shocked if everybody's going to be able to make it. You probably don't want to be the leader, Joey Logano, right now unless you see another caution. Kyle Larson looking to squeeze in line in front of Austin Dillon for second. He's just able to do so, and now he drops behind the 22. Chris Buescher leads the bottom. Chase Briscoe going to come along and give the 17 a little bit of a shot. Get him going forward. Chase Elliott in a third lineup near the outside. As the 21 of Josh Berry, the 60 of Ryan Preece move in front of him entering turn 1. 35 laps to go now and counting down still. And our regular season finale at Daytona. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC as our full-length live commentary coverage continues. NBC is now back from their side-by-side commercial break simultaneously as Joey Logano, again, still paces the field. Chris Buescher quickly was able to get the second off camera. He's now in front of Larson all of a sudden. He was down on the bottom lane of the racetrack. Not the case anymore. And it'll be Cole Custer and Chase Briscoe, the first 2 cars on the bottom. Top 4, single file, in the middle groove of the track right now. 3 wide from 5th on back. Ryan Preece and Josh Berry, 2 Fords on the outside. I would imagine have very strong race cars as far as the speed side of things go. They could definitely get that outside line moving forward, and I'm curious to see if anybody from the middle moves up in front of them. Austin Dillon does not. He stays in line. Kyle Larson, who's been making some aggressive moves all night, he'll move up to the outside lane. He now drafts in front of the 60, and the same for the 2 cars that were in front of Larson, the leaders of Logano and Buescher. While they all moved up, it was Chase Briscoe and Austin Dillon who were down on the bottom lane of the racetrack trying to move forward themselves. The 22 leads this lap in the line, but the 3 for a moment got underneath the 22. Now he's only underneath the 17 for second. Briscoe to the middle, Austin Dillon to the bottom lane of the racetrack. Kind of got hung out a little bit. And so Briscoe and Jones, the 2 Toyotas, are now in the middle groove of the racetrack. Spire Chevy and Justin Haley just behind them. Haley was top 5 at the end of stage 2. Just like his teammate Michael McDowell. Logano from top to bottom. Leaves out Chris Buescher. Covers Briscoe. Back to the top off the exit of turn 4. And stays up near the wall. Buescher is all over the right rear side of the back bumper of Logano. Has to be careful that if he does hit him, he is going to be squared. and not off center like that. Maybe wouldn't all be Buescher's fault in that circumstance. Kyle Larson, third car line, maybe gonna push the 17 into the 22. Closer we get to the end of this race, the more aggressive the bump drafts are going to be, and that seems to be where we've seen a lot of the accidents take place in recent years here under the super speedway racetracks of Daytona and Talladega specifically, where there is a little bit more bump drafting than what we would see at the modern day Atlanta, the longer straightaways on the 2.5 and 2.66 mile ovals versus the 1.5 miles at Atlanta. Logano all alone got a little bit of a gap separated between himself and the rest of the pack through the center of 1 and 2. Luckily enough, we've got guys saving enough fuel. I don't think they're going to get a massive run at the 22 car, although they very well could have if they attempted to. Briscoe not sure what line he wants to pick, middle or bottom. He was choosing both to the center of the corner, kind of going back and forth a little bit. The more back and forth you do when you're lane changing like that in the front of both lines, it's going to slow both lines down quite a bit. And while the outside stays more coordinated, now all of a sudden they're about 4 cars clear into turn 1. A late push at the end of the front stretch for Jones to Briscoe. Briscoe back to the inside of Larson for third, while the 17 and 22 still clear up high. 29 laps to go this time by at Daytona. It's kind of the calm before the storm. I don't know how calm it really is, though, because the speeds are pretty high right now. I mean, mid-corner speed for Briscoe leading the inside line was about 195 miles per hour through the center of 3 and 4. Kind of starting to see that usual gridlocking 2x2 at the front of the field now, and not as much 3-wide racing so far through stage 3. But not as much fuel saving coming into play. That last lap was a 46.524 for Logano. It's only 0.2 off his fastest lap, so there really isn't a whole lot of fuel saving going on right now. They've either been told, hey, push the pace because we're short, we want to make sure everybody else is short, or they're good on fuel to the end. I would imagine they're short and they want to make sure everybody else is short by pushing the pace. Because, again, I just don't think a majority of these teams are going to be able to make it on fuel to the end. We restart with more than 40 to go, plus there were laps burnt under caution from when we last restarted. Dennis Lewis, welcome to the stream. And obviously many others who have been watching all race long. Full flag-to-flag coverage. This year's Coke Zero Sugar 400 continues at Daytona on KRC. Late going to the race, still 27 cars on the lead lap, all separated by 1.5 seconds. Top 5 at the line this time. Joey Logano in the lead, Chris Buescher second, Chase Briscoe third, Kyle Larson fourth, and Eric Jones in fifth. Lap car of Austin Hill down on the bottom, same for Zane Smith in the 38. Everybody rushes by in the middle to upper groove of the racetrack. Not going to get too tight in passing the lappers there. Tim Brown, welcome to the stream as well. I don't know if I shouted you out. I think I saw you in the chat earlier. I'm not mistaken. I try to keep up as much as I can. There's always a lot of us here on these live commentary streams. $26 to go.
Series champion with 27 laps to go. This is going to be a thrilling end.
Well, they're cutting a commercial right as I was going to give you guys the NBC commentary there for a bit. Commercial break it is on NBC. We'll go through the full field running order one more time then while that's taking place. Joey Logano led that last time by at the line. Chase Briscoe in second. Chris Buescher third. Eric Jones fourth. Kyle Larson rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Then Ryan Preece in 6th. Justin Haley 7th. Josh Berry 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. Chase Elliott rounding out our top 10. 11th is Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell 12th, Michael McDowell 13th, AJ Allmendinger 14th, BJ McLeod up to 15th, Todd Gilliland 16th, 17th for Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney 18th, John Nemechek 19th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 20th, Daniel Suarez 21st, Ross Chastain 22nd, now SVG 23rd. Our leaderboard changed on this last lap. Ty Dillon 24th, Brad Keselowski 25th, Cody Ware 26th, Cole Custer last car in the lead lap at 27th. Again, all those 27 cars are in this lead pack and on the lead lap. First car lap down in 28th is Denny Hamlin, Joey Gase 29th, Casey Mears 30th, Austin Hill 31st, 32nd for Zane Smith, Carson Hocevar 33rd, Kyle Busch 34th, 35th for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Alex Bowman 36th, Bubba Wallace 37th, Noah Gragson 38th, Austin Cindric 39th, and Riley Herbst dead last in 40th for today's race. We get a new winner. That driver is in the playoffs. Alex Bowman is out. Tyler Reddick tonight is already clinched on points following Bowman's DNF back at stage 1. Eric Jones leads the bottom lane. Chase Briscoe is able to pull clear of Logano. Move to the outside. Logano a crossover now to the bottom into turn 1. Busher goes with them, and the two Fords are right back to the point again. And Briscoe all of a sudden third in line on the outside. And Eric Jones has a shot to move up now if he really wants to. He is clear of the 19, but he waited too long. He stays on the bottom with Justin Haley instead. 17 still bump draft in the 22 down the backstretch as they stay on the double yellow line into turn 3. Well, NBC side-by-side commercial break continues. We'll just take it out of our own here with 24 laps to go. You're listening live to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. A lot of lane changing starting to go on in the middle groove of the racetrack. There's a third line forming up the middle just outside the top 10. It's being led by Michael McDowell in the 71. One car bouncing off the wall. And that would be the 78 of BJ McLeod in turns 1 and 2. Thought his pancaked the wall. Right front tire looks to be flat. He was running around 15th moments ago. We do stay green, as he is going to try to limp it back to pit road. NASCAR has kept it green all day in these certain circumstances like this, but we'll see if he actually does make it back onto pit road without any debris and just makes it back into the pits. He's still in the back straightaway. Joey Logano will take over the race lead at the line again with help from Chris Buescher. Everywhere Logano's gone, Buescher has gone with him. BJ doesn't think he's going to be able to make it all the way back to pit road. He'll pull way to the inside of the racetrack. I don't know if he was looking for an exit point or not there. We'll be trying to find an access road to the infield area of the racetrack. But he's a ways off the double yellow line. Still green. Logano, Jones, Haley, Gibbs, then Buescher, the top 5. Larson in 6th. Ryan Preece 7th. Austin Dillon 8th. Chase Elliott 9th. William Byron rounds out the top 10. 22 to go. 21 now.
But they had an issue getting into turn 3. Watch this. 43 to the quarter panel. The 17 drags him back. The 19, I don't know if he was being pushed by the 5 car a little bit. He had to get out of the gas. And look at all the momentum he loses.
That's what it looked like. Looked like he had to check up for the 17. And here's what happened to the 78. It's Cobb at a 34. And as I mentioned, a really hard hit the outside fence. Was able to keep going straight.
Let's talk more about Chris Buescher with Kim Kern. Kimmy?
Yeah, RFK trying to put a car in the playoffs. Chief Scott Graves this morning. How much pressure is on that 17 team? And I was surprised when he told me the stretch actually went away when the points route for the playoffs disappeared. Now they have one focus: win this race. They've won it in 2023. They have high hopes they can do it tonight. I would guess maybe the stress levels a little ratchet up with 20 to go here. Chris was just told, though, lap and a half to the good fuel-wise.
Yesterday, vehemently, he said, one of the 3 of us can get in, because without even turning a wheel in practice or qualifying, he said, our cars are strong. I know that. They're just going to roll off strong. We've got the speed. We've got the fuel efficiency. We will be contenders. And he is with 19 laps to go.
That's 7 of Justin Haley leading the outside lane. He has a win here at Cup. It was a lightning shortened race. 2 wins in the Xfinity Series. A few years ago, when he was full-time Xfinity, I thought he was one of the premier drafters in that series. He really knew how to make the runs work. He seemed to always find his way to the front. I think he moved to Spire when they were still building their equipment, and now the equipment matches his ability, and here he is running inside the top 5.
Big run by Logano right here. Got a big run, hung a left on the 43 of Jones, and Busher. He did a great job recovering from that incident in turn 3. Look way back in the pack, the 19 of Briscoe. He could not recover.
And there is Ty Gibbs, just quietly hanging in the top 6 on the bottom lane, 54, the monster Toyota Camry. What can the youngster do tonight? Imagine that. Imagine if he repeated what your son did last year, gets his first Cup win, and races his way into the playoffs.
The pushes are getting more aggressive. 18 to go. How do you get from 10th, 12th, 14th to the front? If you're Busher, how do you push Logano to the front? You have to be aggressive. It's the only way you can make it work.
It's been a wonderfully positive night for Legacy Motor Club. Earlier for John Hunter Nemechek, pretty much for the whole night long for Eric Jones, as he leads yet another lap. Talk more about Jones. Here's Kim.
Yeah, we talked at length this season just about how Legacy Motor Club is trying to chip away at their program, slowly making gains, starting to see that. But most recently, Eric Jones has just not had the finishes they wanted. Finished 25th or worse in 5 of the last 7 races. Talk with the team. They said a win here would totally change the complexion of the second half of the season for him. Remember, Jones won here in 2018.
The King, he's carrying the King's colours. The King, Richard Petty, had 74 Cup races here. He won 10 times, and of course, the amazing 7-time Daytona 500 winner. He won 3 of these summer races. Imagine if Eric could do it in those colours.
Yeah, that would make it even more special.
Look how aggressive he got. A little bit of a side draft. Right to the quarter panel, the 43 car. Then he turned left and got away from him. To get that air clean back up and get a push from the 17 of Busher.
Let's remember, William Byron won the Daytona 500, but he took the white flag outside the top 5. And a lot happened in this last lap. So I know, as we see AJ Allmendinger with an issue, he's riding around on the flat of the racetrack, Parker.
Right, he's got a misfire in that engine. It's sort of, he just came on radio and said he posted back in the road.
Right now, he's in the middle of turn 2. We'll see if he can get any sort of fire under the hood to get back to pit road. Field will be coming by him right here. You're going to see him on the left side. He's off the racing surface, but right there on the apron.
What a shame on such a special day for Corlig Racing, Jeff, announcing their association with Ram coming into trucks next year.
Yeah, it's a big move for Corlig Racing, and also a big move for racing in general to have Ram coming back into the truck series. That's going to be fun.
Austin Hill and Zane Smith with wounded cars, and they just stay out of the way because here comes the pack. And just like that, fellas, there's only 14 laps left.
It has flown by. We talk about positioning all night long, but just look at the 42. He had that penalty. You know, now there he is outside the top 15. He was up front. Pit stop penalty just hurt him. His teammate continued to lead that outside lane.
Gotta be careful if you're Busher in that 17 car. You cannot give the bottom up. The Ty Gibbs. You're pushing so hard at Logano. You have to focus, though. You cannot just let somebody have your inside.
Logano cleared for the lead down the back straightaway that last time by, so he's been bouncing back and forth for about the last half a lap between the top and bottom of the racetrack. Eric Jones still leads the outside lane other than the 22, and then obviously the 17 was the one that pushed Joey Logano to the lead. We're at 13 laps to go down the backstretch with the 22 Shell Pennzoil Ford leading the way, as we've seen so many times late at Daytona in recent years, but hasn't been able to get a win here since his Daytona 500 win back in 2015. Chris Buescher to the inside in the center of turns 3 and 4. Can he hang with Logano by the exit of the corner? Eric Jones on the 43. Oh, he might have got into the back of Logano. Joey Logano spins towards the inside of the racetrack. And he is able to make the save. As we do stay green, I believe, Logano misses the pits. He's in the grass on the front stretch, and I believe both front tires are flat. On the 22, he wasn't able to get the car to steer to pit road, and now he is stuck in the grass. And the caution flag is out now with 12 laps to go. Leading, not anymore. I think Eric Jones slightly touched the back of that 22 car right off the exit of turn 4. Down across the nose of the 17 he went. That cut off the momentum for Buescher on that inside line, enough so that Buescher actually fell back to 4th before the caution came out. So it's Eric Jones, Justin Haley, and Kyle Larson as the top 3. Ryan, the NASCAR Racer 112. Thanks for tuning in, as well as many others. If I haven't shouted you out throughout the course of the stream and you've been in the chat throughout the course of the stream, start to beginning, various points, thanks for tuning in. We're under caution for the 8th time. We've had 38 lead changes, 36 laps and counting under the yellow. And we're going to get a restart with less than 10 laps to go here in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. As far as the playoff chances for that of Alex Bowman, it's not looking very good for him, because if you look at the top 7, the only 2 drivers in the top 7 with a win are his teammates Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson. So it's up to Hendrick Motorsports, it looks like, at this point, to try to help aid the 48 of Alex Bowman, Hendrick Chevy, to the playoffs here this evening with Bowman out of the race. New winner, and he's done. JoJo, welcome to the stream. Petty 43 out in front. The STP colors and all. Eric Jones has 3 career Cup Series victories, 2 of which in the Southern 500 at Darlington and 1 here at Daytona. Why not go 2 for 2? With 2 at Daytona and 2 at Darlington, and go figure, we go to Darlington next week to start the playoffs. That'd be a great track for him to maybe get a good start to the next round in the event of a win. It almost didn't even look like the 43 touched the 22. It was very close. Initially, I thought he touched him. I mean, the hood flaps were definitely coming up. He was close. Not sure if there was maybe some air movement on the rear spoiler of the 22 when he swiped from kind of a little bit in a wider line back into the middle groove. Whatever the case was, not good for Logano. I believe he is going to fall off of the lead lap by the time he got unstuck by the safety crews down in the grass on the front stretch. Logano's actually fallen 2 laps down. Denny Hamlin will get the free pass to get back on the lead lap at 25th now, with Logano falling off of the lead lap. Pit road is open, and we've got some takers. Austin Dillon, Chase Briscoe, several others are in to top
We gotta
off.
put tires on and fuel in case we see a green-white checker, extra laps. These guys will be good on fuel before the leaders.
Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland, Josh Berry. Dave, take it away.
And the 19 of Chase Briscoe, who had lost all that track possession. Remember when he got shuffled out? So why not come here now, put on core, see if they can make some ground. Kim.
Austin Dillon also putting on four, looking for Bruce so he can race hard here at the end.
Pit road happens. Take a look at the race order, the standings on your screen, and how many drivers are in prominent positions who did. It's building for a grandstand finish. The Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Yeah, Joey Logano actually led the most laps of the race so far with 27. One more than his teammate Ryan Blaney, who has led for 26. Now, Blaney has not led since stage one. He started on the pole. A lot of those 26 laps that he did lead were right off the rip at the start of the race. Cody Ware has led for 23 laps today, the third most in the race. Not one car has dominated by any means. And I'd say the Penske Fords, the RFK Fords, they haven't looked as strong compared to the rest of the field like we usually see them on these drafting style ovals with the next gen. Very much hodgepodge order as to who has been up at the front. And you look at it right now, again, I mentioned it right as the caution flag waved. Not looking good for Alex Bowman and Bowman fans out there. Hendrick Motorsport fans hoping that 48 gets into the playoffs. Larson, the only driver in the top 5 that for this upcoming restart with less than 10 laps to go, has a win, and Bowman needs somebody with a win to get in. After Bowman, he'd go Chase Elliott at 6th, Bell in 8th, Byron 9th, Austin Dillon just pitted, so he's not in the top 10 anymore. Only 3 drivers in the top 10 have a win so far this season. Looking back on it, a lot of the drivers who were caught up in that big one, the only 2 that have wins, Hamlin and Cindric. It's just most of the guys that do have a win this season, they're just outside the top 10 right now. But still very much in contention if things go haywire down the stretch. About half the lead lap cars came onto pit road, pitted for fuel. They'll be plenty good. They can definitely go to the end, and in the event of multiple overtimes, or at least an overtime where fuel can be very tight, at least we know that they're plenty good. Lights are out on the pace car. Looks like we'll be going green this time by with 8 laps to go at the Daytona International Speedway. Jones elects the outside of row number 1 for the restart. Yep. Final win in this very race for the 43. The guy who won the most races in that number, that is the King, Richard Petty. 41 years ago. John Andretti with a win in this race in the 43 car as well in the late 90s, 97 to be exact. And we shall see if Eric Jones can do it here today. Row 2 behind Haley and Jones will be Larson, Elliott. Larson and Elliott are both on the outside. Ryan Preece in the 60 down on the bottom as well. Chris Buescher in the 17 is right there with them. So 2 RFK Fords, 2nd and 3rd in line on the bottom. 2 Hendrick Chevys on the outside, 2nd and 3rd in line. One of those 2 trying to get to victory lane to get Bowman into the playoffs. Sure, they are aware of the situation, especially under the caution. They need to get to victory lane for their teammate. Building speed down the back straightaway here at the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway. It's Eric Jones who has the advantage down the backstretch. Justin Haley has been cleared by the 43. The 43 not hopping out of line to this point, though. Larson still hanging on the back of him and letting go just before the entrance of turn 3. Priest didn't let go of his pit push. Despite the lack of speed down the backstretch, they were able to get it back entering turn 3. And it's back to Haley and Jones side by side as they cross the start-finish line, and it's actually Justin Haley who leads that lap at the line. 40 lead changes now at Daytona as we have 7 laps to go. Jones and Haley, both former winners of this race. Haley has not won since that first career win here back in 2019. The year before was Jones in 2018 getting his first career win in this very event. Jones is all over the place with the pushes Larson has given him. Keeping his foot in the throttle, keeping committed, and trying to keep as steady of a wheel as possible to keep from wrecking. There have been cars that Larson's pushed throughout the course of the night that have been very jagged. Really, the Hendrick Chevys in general, because Larson had a big moment off the front of Elliott's front bumper on the inside lane back in stage 2 also. And that short 8-lap stint to the end. Same amount of laps here, and again a push by Larson too deep into the corner. He's still pushing mid-corner on Eric Jones. Jones got even more sideways, broke the momentum up of the outside lane cars. Still all over the place down the backstretch. Jones out of line now. Has to save it. Ryan Preece was able to hop to the outside when the hole opened up. He is now the car in front of Larson. Larson was all over Jones, wouldn't let go, and then Jones just gets shuffled out of line as a result. And now it's the 60 trying to lead the outside line. 4 laps to go at Daytona for Ryan Preece. Haley is still underneath him. RFK is split apart now with Preece going to the outside. Buescher is second in line on the bottom. In a last lap circumstance, I don't think Buescher is going to be pushing the 7 of Haley quite as hard, knowing Preece is the car on the outside. Advantage could be for the 60, but also the 5 and the 9 lined up side by side, or nose to tail, excuse me, on the outside behind Preece. Does Larson make a move to the top and Elliott go with him, and can that be enough if they can build a gap big enough to start the run behind the 60 to try to take the win for themselves? Right now, Larson pushes the back of Preece. Buescher is tight on the back bumper of Justin Haley. Larson maybe a little bit more aggressive with the pushes, and can Preece hold on to his car now? Jones did cycle to the back of this lead pack after getting shuffled out of line. He had no help, and he's outside the top 15 late in the race. 3.5 laps to go at Daytona down the backstretch. Buescher trying to keep the 7 with the 60, but he doesn't want to push Haley clear of Ryan Preece, I think would be the plan. Try to keep this thing gridlocked as much as possible if he is trying to help his teammate Ryan Preece go for the win. Preece was in the same circumstance in the Talladega race earlier this year, ended up second when he was on the outside lane late. It was actually a Hendrick Chevy that was pushing him most of the way as well. Got DQ'd from that race at the finish. Tonight, barring a DQ, he's in the same exact spot with a shot at redemption. 2.5 laps left down the backstretch again this time around. Larson pushes the back of Ryan Preece. And the same again for Buescher and Haley. The same gridlock fashion we tend to see with this next-gen car. Late on these super speedways, there hasn't been a third line to form out yet. Back in the pack, there's a couple cars going wide. Eric Jones and Suarez, and now Larson does go to the outside 3 wide, and the whole second line goes with them. Preece is hung out to dry. And now Buescher's going to have to make a run for himself if RFK is going to get into the playoffs. That scrambled up the entire pack, coming to the line with 2 to go. Justin Haley leads the field, side by side for second, between Buescher and Larson. Larson has never won on a super speedway, but he's got a charge down the backstretch. Elliott pushes him. Larson to the outside of the 7 of Haley. And that third line being formed by Cole Custer is being pushed by Ryan Blaney in the 12. They've come from the back of the pack to the front after the accordion effects that were happening in front of them a half a lap ago. 3 wide for second, Larson in the middle. Off turn 4. Custer still being pushed by Blaney on the outside. Haley has no momentum. Custer leads at the line. White flag in the air. Haley chooses the bottom in front of Buescher, but they're fading fast. And it's Cole Custer who leads the race. Blaney with a push off the back of the 99 of Daniel Suarez. It is a madhouse through turns 1 and 2. 3 by 3 all the way through the field. Down the backstretch now. Haley clear again. Moves to the outside in front of Custer. A block to the inside. Contact between Custer and Haley. Blaney to the outside. 3 wide for the lead. Blaney with the push from Suarez. Ryan Blaney has not led since stage 1, but he is now side by side with Custer through 3 and 4. After a move from the outside. A move back in front of Suarez, the block. Ryan Blaney gets enough of a shot into the tri-oval. 4 wide to the line, and Ryan Blaney wins at Daytona. Buescher, Custer down in the grass as they cross the start-finish line after the checkered flag. Ryan Blaney and Cole Custer in the closing laps out of nowhere were able to get a third line formed as quickly as they did. Custer got to the lead, coming to the white, and Blaney to the checker. Unbelievable. 4 wide at the stripe. Ryan Blaney wins it. Suarez second. It looked like Haley third and Custer fourth. Have you ever? My gosh. Ryan Blaney on these super speedways wins in the most thrilling ways possible. That's what, his 4th career photo finish at either Daytona or Talladega now. That is unbelievable. And Alex Bowman is in the playoffs because of that Ryan Blaney move on the final lap. Blaney, a repeat winner, was the only repeat winner in the top 5 coming into the checker. Oh, man. There's going to be some Bowman fans that will be celebrating just as much as the Blaney fans here this evening at Daytona. And they actually made it without crashing. Can you believe that? I mean, yeah, we had 2 cars spinning across the line, but that was it. I mean, amazing. 8-lap green flag run to the checker. We finish under the regulation length of 400 miles, 160 laps. 2nd career win in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 for Blaney at Daytona. His 5th drafting style oval win of his Cup career. 2nd with the next gen car. Bowman did advance. Yes, he did, with Ryan Blaney getting the win. "12 spots gained on that final restart for Blaney. He went from 13th to 1st in the final 8 laps. Suarez gained 20 positions in the final 8 laps to finish in 2nd. Margin of victory, 31 1,000ths of a second. The margin between 1st and 4th was just under 500ths of a second. And Ryan Blaney now burns it down on the front stretch, which we see not so often. Following the Polish victory lap. My prediction was right. I took Blaney for the win at the start. That is now 12 race win predictions on the season, and fitting that the number 12 was the guy who got it tonight. My guy. A lot of 12s there. Ashton G. Yep, let's go. I'm celebrating as a Blaney fan. I called these races down the middle, though, but cool to see as a fan of Ryan Blaney. 2nd win of the season. I mentioned at the start of the stream, I took him to win because he's been the most consistent driver over the last month and a half. Maybe not the hottest driver going into the playoffs, but the most consistent after a win tonight. Keeping what is now 7 straight top 10s alive. He might be the hottest driver in the NASCAR Cup Series heading into the playoffs. And I believe he's 2nd in the regular season standings after the win tonight as well.
Then find a Blaney fan in the stands and give it away. Well, the young man to give it to. Wow, I don't even know where to start with those final 2 laps. You made a plan with Cole Custer on that final restart to say, hey, we've got to work together. Did you ever dream it would turn into a win, though?
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's what a wild last couple laps. Honestly, it's I was with Cole. I was kind of asked him on the restart, like, if you go to the top, I'm going with you. And we kind of just waited, and then the opportunity came, and he made a good move to get to the top, and we were able to really get good shoves and a couple good guys behind us, and then it just kind of cleared the way for me when the 7 and 41 got racing, and I was able to clear on the top and just barely hold out for the win. So cool night, man. Everybody, thanks for coming, man. This is so cool. Awesome crowd tonight, awesome nights, and
Really appreciate Advanced Auto Parts, Menards, Ford, Roush Shakes Engines, Dex Imaging, Wabash, the Worth Group, Body Armor, everything for they do. It's so cool to have Advanced Auto Parts in Victory Lane. Shane, the CEO, is here, so I can't wait to get with you.
You played this race like you don't like to play super speedway races. You were in the back for the majority of it. How frustrating at times was this evening?
I mean, I think we kind of just took what was given to us, you know, like kind of how we played stage one. Had to take a lot of gas in stage two, and I wasn't gonna make any ground, so I just really went into max fuel save mode, so where maybe I could go a little bit earlier than other guys, and so yeah, it's definitely a little bit not as traditional way if we like to run them. We like to lead laps and things like that, and I just couldn't really get there to the end, but got there when it mattered. So it's cool to win here again. I won here a few years ago, and nice to be back.
When I talked to him yesterday, he said, my first goal is just to finish. He did better than that. He gets to victory lane, and what a roll this 12 team is on to finish the regular season.
And Marty, he says, good to lead some laps. Well, Rob.
Yeah, longest top 10 streak in the Cup Series. Again, 7 in a row entering the playoffs next week at Darlington. Second win of the season. He's only one of 6 drivers to have more than one win on the year. And a season that we have seen 14 different winners. And again, Tyler Reddick, Alex Bowman will be the 2 drivers locking themselves in on points tonight. The only way somebody below the cut line was going to get in coming into the night was with a win. Nobody below the cutoff line got the win. Heartbreak for those that were leading down the home stretch late. Justin Haley, Daniel Jones got back up to 5th. How the hell did he do that? The guy got shuffled out of line with like 4 laps to go. It was at the tail end of the lead pack, and he got right back up to 5th place at the finish. That was a valiant effort there for the 43 as well. I kind of blew through the top 5 there as they crossed the stripe, and then next thing I know, I'm re-looking at the finishing order, and Eric Jones ended up back at 5th. 3 hours, 3 minutes, 18 seconds total time on tonight's race. 44 lead changes, 39 laps spent under yellow, 8 cautions. And again, a finish under regulation length. Margin of victory between first and second, 31 one-thousandths of a second. 36 one-thousandths of a second to third, Justin Haley. 49 thousandths of a second to Cole Custer. And fourth, excuse me, I had a hiccup there. With the 4-wide finish at the line. Dang. Unbelievable. What a race. Action-packed from start to finish. We got more to break down in our post-race show. They need to find Alex Bowman. I don't know where he was at to watch the end of the race, but they need to find him and interview him from somewhere and get his take on what he thought watching it. From what I would say, the comfort of his own seat, not in the race car, but I don't think it was a very comfy seat. Laney rolling his number 12 Advanced Auto Parts Ford Mustang into victory lane. We'll go through the rest of the finishing results here on screen. Ryan Blaney with the win. Daniel Suarez in second. Justin Haley third. Cole Custer fourth. And Eric Jones rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Kyle Larson in 6th. Chris Buescher 7th. Ty Gibbs 8th. Josh Berry 9th. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10. Todd Gilliland in 11th. Michael McDowell 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. 14th for Ryan Preece. 15th place finish for Ross Chastain. Shane Van Gisbergen 16th. Jonathan Nemechek 17th. Brad Keselowski 18th. William Byron 19th. Cody Ware in 20th. Tyler Reddick 21st. Ty Dillon 22nd. Chase Briscoe 23rd. Austin Dillon 24th. Denny Hamlin 25th. And he was the last driver to finish on the lead lap. He was the only car on the lead lap that didn't finish in the lead pack as well. AJ Allmendinger ended up 26th. Joey Logano 27th. Joey Gase 28th. Casey Mears 29th. Austin Hill 30th. Zane Smith 31st. BJ McLeod 32nd. Kyle Busch 33rd. Carson Hocevar 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 35th. Alex Bowman, 36. Bubba Walls, 37. Noah Gregson, 38th. Austin Cindric, 39th. Riley Herbst rounds out our 40-car field. I did pause the leaderboard that they are showing, which would be the playoff standings entering the, of course, opener for the playoffs next weekend. Kyle Larson, William Byron, both tied at plus 26 above the cut line. Byron, of course, with only one win, but won the regular season title. Kyle Larson, 3 wins on the season, most stage wins on the year, including another one tonight. So they're the 1 and 2 seeds. Denny Hamlin plus 23. Ryan Blaney plus 20 after a win tonight, moving up in the regular season standings a bit as well. Huge win for him in all regards to that. Christopher Bell plus 17. SVG will be the 6th seed with those 4 wins, plus 16. Chase Elliott plus 7. Chase Briscoe plus 4, plus 2 for Bubba Walls, plus 2 for Austin Cindric, plus 1 for Ross Chastain. Joey Logano plus 1 are the last drivers above the cut line. Minus 1 for Josh Berry and Tyler Reddick. Minus 2 for Austin Dillon. Minus 5 for Alex Bowman. Very, very tight for those point standings. Only 31 points separates 1st through 16th. It's got to be the tightest I've seen the 1st seed to the 16th seed maybe ever. I mean, you can't fact check me on that, but that's the tightest I've seen. For the number 1 seed to only be plus 26 above the cut line in the 1st round. Usually it's much more than that. It just shows how much parity we've really seen throughout the course of the season, not only with the 14 different winners, but the fact that there are very few drivers with more than 1 win. Again, only 6 of them now after tonight, over the course of 26 races, have more than 1 win on the season. All right, I'll catch back up in the live broadcast, see if there were any interviews that we may have missed. Oh, they're going off the air already? Oh, we didn't miss anything. Well, that was a hard out. We only got an interview with a race winner, Ryan Blaney. They're off the air on NBC already. Well, we'll stay on the air. We still got a little bit to cover yet. Coming into this race here tonight, prediction, I took Ryan Blaney for the win. There are 12 wins predicted on the season. When in doubt, pick the Penske Ford on a super speedway. I kind of rotated around between mostly Blaney and Logano every time, but I picked the right one this time. So I will take that. We do have to check out the KRC League and crown a regular season champion. Gonna have to do some math. And take a look at the points, obviously, as a result of which. So we'll try to figure out the champion before we get out of here. For those of you that are waiting around for that. My fantasy league team here today, pretty solid, honestly. Ryan Blaney, who gets the win. I guess maybe not as solid as I thought now that I'm looking at the points scored, because Buescher and Keselowski did not get any stage points today. And I believe Buescher got the top 10. Keselowski did not. Ryan Preece, pretty solid day. Joey Logano, same for him, at least with stage points. Not as good with the race finish. He ended up a lap down. Head-to-head battles, looking at that. Actually went 0 for 4 on the head-to-head battles this week. Our winner, War Given Buckeye Racing Team for this week at Daytona with 163 points. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan in second. Tied for second with EC23 at 156. I finished 4th with 154. And Right for Jesus ends up with 152 in 5th. All right, so we're going to have to do some math because Monster Jam X10 came in. Let me double check this, but I believe it was a 46-point lead coming into the night. This is obviously barring post-race inspection as well. So unofficial results will be posted tomorrow just in case somebody gets DQ'd from this one. But in the event nobody gets DQ'd, it was a 46-point difference between Monster Jam X10, Evan 48-48. Let's see here. P-Shat Motorsports was 114 back. 115 for Carm 60. So we've got a few to factor in. Monster Jam X10 scores 99 points tonight in 19th. Evan 48 finishes 11th, 138. And that means that it would be a 7-point difference, and Monster Jam X10 does hold on there. And everybody else is over 100 back. 163, yep. So by 7 points, Monster Jam X10 will win the regular season title after tying for the playoff championship last season. So congratulations if you're in the chat. Monster Jam X10, you have just won 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. 7 points. I swear, we had a tie at the end of the playoffs last year, and after a 26-race regular season, it comes down to 7 points. As Monster Jam X10 holds on after a not-so-good performance tonight. Just barely surviving as Evan 48 with 138. And again, that is barring post-race inspection. So I will check back in the morning just to make sure. But unofficially, Monster Jam X10 is our regular season champ. 75 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. They're already off the air, so there's no more interviews to get through. Other race statistics to go over. I believe with leading that final lap, I think Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano tied for the most laps led at 27. And we had just over 40 lead changes. Unbelievable finish. Just a great race in general. One of the better races, I think, of the season. Not just saying that because my guy Ryan Blaney won, but in general. It was just, I mean, from start to finish, action-packed, 2 weeks in a row. We got through the lulls of the summer months where it felt like every week was kind of the same thing over and over again. Track position, fuel saving. We did have a bit of that tonight, but nowhere to the extent that we did for most of the season through the summer. And 2 weeks in a row, I thought Richmond was a lot of fun last week. For a change of pace, and here tonight at Daytona, it was a fun one as well. A lot of stories to follow throughout the course, and I mean, you can't complain about a 4-wide finish. Because that's something that the only time I could ever recall was the 2011 spring Talladega race where we had a 4-wide finish at the line. They were 4x4. So this is a twice in a lifetime, once in a more than a decade situation. That was just on the finish. Again, the race from start to finish I thought was awesome. And it seemed like you guys thoroughly enjoyed in the chat throughout the course of this one as well. I'm taking that to the bank, though. 12 race win predictions. I can't get over that. The most I had in a single season before that was 10, and we still got 10 races to go. The prophecy continues. You guys have called me a prophet throughout the course of the season with my predictions, and we're going to keep it rolling. On to Darlington next week. Enough on me, though. Congratulations to Ryan Blaney and the 12 team. I'll be hoping for another title out of you guys in 10 weeks. As a fan, I might be asking for too much. We just won Daytona. Now we just got to win the 500 one of these times. My goodness. Just won both Dega races. Just got to get the 500. But, yeah, congratulations again to the 12 team. Congrats to Tyler Reddick, Alex Bowman getting those final couple spots in the playoffs. Our leaderboard, by the way, disappeared, so that's why there's a blank screen right now. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been a great regular season. We still got 10 more weeks of NASCAR coverage right here live on the channel. Every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. We'll be back again next weekend. Darlington, we've got triple header. Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series all in action. Xfinity will be having a standalone event in Portland, while the Truck and Cup Series head to Darlington for the Southern 500 race weekend crown jewel event, and it will be the playoff opener. All coverage will be Saturday and Sunday only. We're going to have a triple header on Saturday. The truck race will be at noon Eastern Saturday. Let's see. Don't have the start time for Cup practice and qualifying yet on the NASCAR app. So I'm not sure when practice and qualifying will be for the Cup Series. I don't know if that's going to be in the morning at like 9 a.m. or so before the truck race, or if it's going to be immediately after the truck race before the Xfinity race, which isn't until 7:30. That's quite a big gap time between those two races. So I'm not sure on the start time for Cup practice and qualifying, but I can guarantee you that it will be a triple header of streams on Saturday. So that's going to be a long day of streaming. Truck race at noon Eastern on Saturday. Xfinity race 7:30 Eastern at Portland on a road course Saturday night. And then Sunday night, Labor Day weekend, Southern 500 will start our live commentary coverage at 5:30 p.m. Eastern next Sunday, beginning with our pre-race show, just as we did with the same format that we've been doing all season long. We'll have some trivia. We'll break down the predictions and start the race. Fantasy League update. Obviously, we'll start the playoffs next week, so completely rehaul with the Fantasy League. And again, congrats also to Monster Jam X10 for winning the regular season championship for the KRC League as well. So be sure to join if you haven't yet. You got one more week until the playoffs start next week. And then you're pretty much not going to be able to have a shot to win anything until the start of next season. So thank you all so much. 10 races to go. Great race here tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you next time.